sorry that you're going to have to live all of it. And I'm sorry that Amber's going to have to relive that. Okay.
The trial, to end all trials, I guess. Watching it on Law and Crime. Dream Alive. Sorry, I haven't left. That's reaching to a stop. You suck it up and he holds, make sure that the women get out all right by holding their hands and stuff.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing? All right.
Love you, Johnny. You can beat this bitch. I know you can. You see her helping anyone else? No.
Good morning. How are you today?
Good morning.
She wasn't even gonna speak to the guy. She looked like she was just gonna walk right past him after hearing good morning to the guy. The hell? Oh, must have froze. Hold on. You can tell the misdemeanor between the two people. One stuck up, you know. She wasn't even gonna acknowledge the cameraman. Well, Johnny was nice enough to say, you know, he was gonna chat with him. Well, Amber, with her little attitude problem, you can tell she had an attitude problem. I mean, oh my God. I'm
In the kitchen with Mr. Depp. And it was
gonna put the link down in the description. I don't know how to do that. Edit. Okay. And save. Okay. Since I missed parts, I had to eat and stuff. So let's see. Fast forward to. I'm just gonna go right ahead. People, Jerry walking in. Everyone's okay. Let's see if anything going on here. Johnny sitting down. I mean, you can tell he's uncomfortable there. He is not looking at Amber.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could have you move your water down by your chair, just not have anything there. If we get electronics and we mess up electronics, I get in trouble. So thank you. I hope you like the seat that you're in. I'd like you to stay in that seat for the duration. I'd appreciate it. I hope you had a good evening. All right. Thank you.
She
Thanks for
seems
being
like a
first
nice
today. I
judge.
appreciate it. Have a seat.
At first, I was like, "Oh no, he had a woman judge," but she seems nice.
Are we ready with opening statements?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Ben Chu. My colleagues and I from Brown Rudnick are truly honored to represent the plaintiff in this case, Johnny Depp. Some of you may recognize Mr. Depp from seeing him portray characters such as Edward Scissorhands or Captain Jack Sparrow from the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. For nearly 30 years, Mr. Depp built a reputation as one of the most talented actors in Hollywood, a respected artist whose name was associated with success at the box office. Today, his name is associated with a lie, a false statement uttered by his former wife, the defendant Amber Heard, that falsely cast Mr. Depp, falsely and unfairly cast Mr. Depp as a villain, a man.
Look at the look. Oh, I'm crying right at any
This is a
moment.
defamation case. It's
Should
a
I cry
case
now?
about how devastating words can be
She
when
said
they're
right at him.
false and uttered publicly.
Eyes
Under the
aren't
law, a
red.
person who makes a false statement about someone else can be held responsible for the harm that results from that falsehood. That's because words matter. They paint a picture in our mind based on what we have experienced
Such an
and what we know, or what we think we know. And because of that, words can evoke strong emotions in the listener and cause irreparable harm to a person's reputation. And when
Johnny's
like
not
Mr.
even
Depp,
looking
your
at her.
career
He has
depends
his back
on
towards her.
your image and your reputation.
That says a lot about body
or whether
language,
movie
man.
producers
Shit.
want their films associated with you, that harm can be particularly devastating. This is a case about the impact of Amber Heard's,
They're showing the
words on Johnny
Washington
Depp.
Post.
specifically the words that she used in an op-ed published in the Washington Post in December 2018, which is shown on the screens. And the op-ed was published, and this is no accident, the evidence will show, on the eve of her first major acting role in the movie Aquaman. The evidence will show that's no coincidence. The evidence will show the words that Ms. Heard used, which are the subject of Mr. Depp's defamation suit against her. And there are three statements that we respectfully ask each of you to focus on. Statement number one, quote, "I spoke up against violence and faced our culture's wrath." Statement number two, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. And I want to repeat that because you're going to hear that throughout the case, because the timing here is critical. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Statement number 3, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Ms. Heard did not use Mr. Depp's name in the op-ed. She didn't have to. She didn't have to because the evidence will show that everyone in Hollywood, where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard both have their careers, and many others outside Hollywood, knew exactly what she was talking about. When
Because
she
I'm
used
looking
the
at
word
her reactions.
years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. That's because, as the evidence will show, and you will hear, 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard had publicly accused Johnny Depp, her husband at the time, of domestic abuse. You will learn during the trial that Ms. Heard's actions were prompted by Mr. Depp's request for a divorce. He wanted out, which drove her to concoct, to make up a story that was, at first, designed to keep him. And then, when he made it clear that finally, after all he had endured, he was done, was designed to recast herself as an abuse survivor, with Mr. Depp as the alleged abuser. The evidence will show that 6 days after Mr. Depp requested a divorce, and he did so politely, and 3 days after Ms. Heard's lawyer threatened Mr. Depp with claims of abuse if he did not agree to her financial demands, Ms. Heard arrived at the courthouse in Los Angeles, California, to file for a restraining order alleging abuse. Ms. Heard, the evidence will show that Ms. Heard showed up with a mark on her face that mysteriously appeared 6 days after she last saw Mr. Depp.
Look at the look she's writing down in her book. I wonder what she's writing down.
Violence restraining order.
Why isn't her lawyer writing that down?
The evidence will show that her publicist
She's not a
and the
lawyer.
paparazzi were there
Why
at
is
the
she
courthouse
taking notes?
to document the event, to make sure that Johnny Depp's name was forever associated with the image of an innocent, battered woman. It was a jolt. It was a shocking story, splashed across front pages across the country. No one had ever, in 5 decades, accused Johnny Depp of being violent with a woman. No one had ever accused Mr. Depp of being violent with a woman. He had been in other long-term relationships. He had children.
They were called up to the thing again. The thing. Well, talking to the judge. I don't know what they're saying because it's muted.
No one, as I stated before, no one had ever, in 5 decades, no one had ever accused Johnny Depp of being abusive of any kind with a woman. That's why it was such a jolt. He had been in other long-term relationships, as I said. He had 2 children. And no one had even suggested ever that he was capable of something like this. By choosing to lie about her husband for her own personal benefit, Amber Heard forever changed Mr. Depp's life and reputation. And you will hear him tell you the dreadful impact that it's had on his life. The evidence you will hear at this trial contradicts the story Ms. Heard presented to the world in May 2016 and again in December 2018. The evidence will show that the last time Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard saw each other before Ms. Heard showed up in court on May 27th, 2016 was May 21st. And that's a very important date. And I will ask you please to remember that through the trial. Mr. Depp's mother, Betty Sue, passed away on May 20th after a long illness when Johnny and his sister Christy had been taking care of his mother for a very long period of time. And for reasons that Mr. Depp will personally explain to you, throughout the course of this trial, he had resolved to divorce Ms. Heard. So on May 21st, Mr. Depp came by the apartment that he shared with Ms. Heard in the Eastern Columbia building, or the ECB, as some people refer to it, to tell her that, to pick up his things, and to say goodbye. There is no dispute that soon after Mr. Depp ended things with Ms. Heard and left the apartment on May 21st, he got on a plane to head out on a European tour, a music tour, for months with his band, the Hollywood Vampires. And Ms. Heard knew that he was going off on tour and out of state when she walked into court to get the restraining order, which she obtained ex parte. It's a Latin word, fancy word, but all it means is that Mr. Depp and his lawyer were not there and had no opportunity to be heard. That's what an ex parte order is. You will hear from the police officers who responded to a 911.
Let's see what an ex parte is. Okay. What is an ex parte? In legal ethics, ex parte refers to an improper contact with a party or a judge. Ethical rules typically forbid a lawyer from contacting the judge or... I'm reading this. The legal term ex parte means. In civil procedure, ex parte is used to refer to motions for order that can be granted without waiting for a response from the other side. Generally, these are orders that are only in place until further hearings can be held, such as temporary restraining order. What happens in an ex parte hearing? In emergency situations, an ex parte motion provides an exception to the rules rules of due process by allowing you to petition the court without having to notify. Parte, ex parte, Latin meaning one for one party, referring to motions, referring to hearings or orders granted on the request of or for the benefit of the party. Beware of ex parte orders. Ex parte orders or orders the court enters without notice to the other party. The court can use this power to set custody, parenting time, and restraints.
Call on May 21st, after Mr. Depp left. Police officers will testify that they saw no injuries on Ms. Heard. Both police officers will testify that they saw no injuries on Ms. Heard. Nor did the police officers see any of the property damages that you will hear Ms. Heard claims existed in the apartments that evening. And you will hear those officers under oath testify that there was no violence and that there was no crime. You will also hear from multiple witnesses who, like the police officers, saw Ms. Heard between May 21 and May 26. Those are the crucial days between the alleged incident and the day she walked into court with her lawyer and got an ex parte order. And those witnesses will testify that they saw her without any marks, any signs of injury on her face. And you will hear from multiple witnesses, including Brandon Patterson, who is the manager of the Eastern Columbia building, where Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard lived together. You will hear Mr. Patterson say that he saw, and others will say as well, that they saw a surveillance video from the week of May 21st that showed Ms. Heard's sister, Whitney, throw a fake punch at Ms. Heard's face. But let's just stop there. This is a surveillance video you will hear about where the sister of the alleged victim threw a fake punch at her sister, which allegedly occurred, this incident, only a couple of days earlier. Ms. Heard acting out being punched, responding to the fake punch, and the two laughing at it. So you have the alleged victim and the sister laughing about a fake punch. And you will have to decide for yourself, or we ask that you please decide for yourself. Would anyone ever joke about that if there had been actual abuse? Much less ask yourself, would a sister ever joke with an alleged victim about being punched by her husband? Of course, none of this contradicting evidence was publicly available when Ms. Heard walked into court on May 27th and got her restraining order. Instead, as you can imagine, the media storm was instantaneous. You will hear about and see some of that media coverage, which published pictures of Ms. Heard walking into court and other pictures, supposedly showing injuries supposedly caused by Mr. Depp, a man who had never been accused of abuse of a woman. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard eventually settled their divorce out of court. Thereafter, Ms. Heard dismissed her restraining order against Mr. Depp. But Ms. Heard's false claim that Mr. Depp had abused her remained in the public sphere. It didn't go away. The images were permanent. And the evidence will show that 2 years later, which is why we're pointing to that reference in the op-ed, in the wake of the Me Too movement, and just before the release of Ms. Heard's role in the movie Aquaman, Ms. Heard chose to remind the world about the festering allegations, this time under the banner of a international newspaper, the Washington Post. In the op-ed, in her op-ed, Ms. Heard again painted herself as the innocent victim of abuse. But this time with a wider audience trying to take action against industry powerhouses accused of abuse. The evidence will show that the clear implication in Ms. Heard's op-ed that you have in front of you was that she was the victim of domestic abuse perpetrated by Mr. Depp. The evidence will show that that was a lie, and it remains a lie when it was
Look at the look on her face
published 2 years
when
later.
he said that. He's like, I'll lie.
Hollywood
Yeah.
studios don't want to deal with the public
There's not an
backlash
end to
from
problem there.
hiring someone
He said
accused
that.
of abuse. Even someone with the incredible body of work and record that Mr. Depp can be proud of. A false allegation can devastate a career. And it can devastate a family. And the evidence will show that Ms. Heard's false allegations had a significant impact on Mr. Depp's family and his ability to work in the profession he loved and loved to bring joy to everyone. Ultimately, this trial is about clearing Mr. Depp's name of a terrible and false allegation. We ask you in the next several weeks to please carefully consider the evidence, assess the reliability and credibility of that evidence, and to make your own determination about what actually happened between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. And to tell you more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Camille Vasquez, who you had the pleasure of meeting yesterday. Thank you all for your attention.
Ms. Vasquez. Turn up the-
Thank you, Ben. And good morning. Over the course of this trial, you're going to have an opportunity to get to know John Depp. Not the characters he's portrayed, but the man himself. You will hear from Mr. Depp directly, but you will also hear from his friends, his family, and employees. You will hear from people who have known him for decades. They have seen him at his best, and they have seen him at his worst. And they will tell you, each of them, that he is a kind soul who has never and would never raise a hand to a woman. You will hear that Mr. Depp learned at a very young age how to coexist with an abusive woman. You will learn from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, and from Mr. Depp that their mother, Betty Sue, lived in a constant state of anger that would boil over daily in vicious words and violence directed at her husband and their children. And you will hear how Mr. Depp, who had the personality of his father, coped with that abuse in the same way his father did. He just took it. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp learned that the best way to deal with violence was to leave, to get away from it, give her time to cool down. But he never turned his back on his mother. Mr. Depp loved his mother, and he cared for her until the day she died. You will hear how Mr. Depp came to Los Angeles as a teenager. He first claimed to be a musician, then became an actor, and eventually, thanks to his talent, his dedication, and a lot of hard work, grew into one of the biggest movie stars in the world. He had relationships with major figures in Hollywood and elsewhere, like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss. And before he met Amber Heard, he was with the same woman, Vanessa Paradis, for 14 years. He had 2 children with her. And even though he was a megastar, they had a quiet domestic life. In fact, you'll hear, as Mr. Chulo told you, that in Mr. Depp's 58 years, not a single woman has ever accused him of violence. And no one in Hollywood or the world had any reason to believe he was an abuser until Ms. Heard publicly accused him in 2016. You're also going to hear evidence about Ms. Heard. You're going to learn that she's a profoundly troubled person who manipulates the people around her just like she manipulated Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard came to Los Angeles and sought a career in acting after Mr. Depp was well established as a movie star. Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard first met in 2009 on the set of the film The Rotten Diet. There was a significant age difference between them, and at first he avoided her advances, but she pursued him. She wooed him. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard went to great lengths to win him over by playing the doting girlfriend, and it worked. He fell head over heels in love with her. Those who watched this relationship develop saw red flags all over the place. You will hear from them in this trial. And over time, the real Miss Heard began to emerge. She would berate him,
Look at those stuck up
mean
look.
him. He would try to appease her, and sometimes, just sometimes, things would get better. But it would always happen again. The evidence will show that Mr. Depp started coping with Ms. Heard in the same way he did as a child. He would try to get away, avoid the conflict. But his trying to leave enraged Ms.
I'll
Heard.
be back.
She would resort to physical violence, throwing things at him, hitting him.
What?
She would tell him he was a coward. She would tell him he was a man enough
I do anything wrong.
because he wouldn't stay and fight with her. You will see that Ms. Heard equated anger and violence with passion. She would apologize with poetic excuses, as if the violence just proved how fierce and overwhelming her love for him was. And you're going to hear that when Ms. Heard got violent, Mr. Depp would just retreat. Just as he did with his mother. He would try to leave, to get away from her. In her words, Ms. Heard's words, he would split. Mr. Depp would often retreat into bathrooms, lock the doors, wait out Ms. Heard's aggression. But his leaving just provoked her more. You will hear from Mr. Depp's security people, like Sean Bett, about how they often had to remove Mr. Depp from scenes with Ms. Heard, screaming at him, chasing him, trying to keep him from leaving. You're going to hear evidence that when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard traveled together, his team routinely had to build an extra room for him so that he had somewhere to go when Ms. Heard became enraged. You'll hear from other witnesses, including Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's marriage counselor. Her name is Dr. Laurel Anderson, who perceived Ms. Heard as the aggressor in the relationship. Ms. Heard as the aggressor in the relationship. The one who would strike Mr. Depp to try to keep him from leaving. You'll hear from medical professionals who were with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, often on a daily basis, for years, including her doctor, David Digger, and Ms. Heard's personal nurse, her personal assigned nurse, Erin Boren Solani, who did not see any signs of injuries that Ms. Heard later testified to in graphic detail. Ms. Heard wants you to ignore the testimony of these medical professionals who saw her in real time. Just as she wants you to ignore the testimony of the police officers who testified under oath who saw her on May 21st, 2016, without any injuries. But it is up to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to judge the credibility of these witnesses and that of Ms. Heard. In this trial, Ms. Heard will undoubtedly present photos that supposedly show injuries she sustained as a result of the claimed abuse by Mr. Depp. Here's what you should keep in mind when you see these photographs. First, the evidence and expert testimony from a forensic pathologist, a doctor, will show that the injuries reflected in these photographs are not consistent with the brutal allegations of abuse Ms. Heard has alleged. Second, there are multiple witnesses, including medical professionals and police officers, who will testify that they did not observe the injuries supposedly reflected in these photographs. And you may be wondering, how can that be? Well, you will hear expert testimony that none of these photographs are the originals, not one. And many are stored in an editing program. So they could have been manipulated and cannot be confirmed as authentic. Importantly, you will not see a single photograph of the vast majority of the abuse alleged by Ms. Heard. Not one. And there is not a single photograph or video showing Mr. Depp becoming physically violent towards Ms. Heard. The only medical report of an injury during their relationship was a severe one, and it was sustained by Mr. Depp. After an argument shortly after their marriage, while the couple was in Australia. You will hear evidence that the people who cared about Mr. Depp were encouraging him to have a prenuptial agreement with Ms. Heard, but she rushed the wedding date, and he agreed to get married without one. After the wedding, again, people close to Mr. Depp encouraged him to consider a post-nuptial agreement. When the topic came up, Ms. Heard became outraged, as she always did, at the suggestion that Mr. Depp might leave her. She berated him, and when he tried to leave, she became violent. She became so violent, in fact, she threw a vodka bottle at him that hit his hand and exploded. It severed the end of one of his fingers. You'll see pictures of Mr. Depp's severed finger and learn about his emergency medical treatment for that injury. And then you'll learn, and this is important, years later, after the false claims of abuse that caused Mr. Depp to file this very lawsuit, Ms. Heard came up with an elaborate story about what actually happened, according to her, in Australia. And what she said happened was a 3-day hostage affair, an episode, where she was violently attacked and then sexually assaulted by Mr. Depp. You will see for yourself that the evidence does not support the story she told after she was sued. You will learn that there came a time when Mr. Depp was done. You will learn from him, and he will tell you why. The evidence will show that on May 20th, 2016, Mr. Depp's mother, Betty Sue, passed away. You will hear from Mr. Depp that his mother's passing was a wake-up call that helped confirm what he already knew, that the relationship with Ms. Heard wasn't working, and that Ms. Heard was not going to change. If you've ever lost a parent, you understand how much this experience can change your perspective on what is important.
And it's a mirror dish. Her cheekbones seem more protrude than normal.
Finally divorced Ms. Heard, and told her that very day.
And she's trying to hide fake bruises.
Successfully, and most importantly, discreetly. The evidence will show
Because they're going to show more pictures that we didn't know about.
when Mr. Depp went over to the Eastern Columbia building to gather his things, Ms. Heard caused a final.
To me, it looks like her cheeks are
in the
too
record
inflamed.
of their relationship. Ms. Heard spun the final encounter between them into a tale of domestic abuse. Now, I understand that many of you may
Like
be
she's
asking
portraying
yourself,
herself.
why?
Oh, my cheeks are still swollen from
Why
what
did Ms.
Johnny
Heard
did.
say that Mr. Depp
Blah.
abused her during their relationship if it didn't actually happen?
My cheekbones were broken
Why
and
did
now
she
they're
make that
permanently like this.
dramatic
When you can go
tale of
to
abuse
fucking
that
surgery
you will
for that.
surely hear in this courtroom over the coming weeks? By the end of this trial, you will have the answer to that question. The evidence will show exactly who Ms. Heard is. hear from Mr. Depp and other witnesses, including the marriage counselor, Dr. Laurel Anderson, that Ms. Heard would go to great lengths and even resort to physical violence to stop Mr. Depp from leaving her. But once Mr. Depp did leave, Ms. Heard tried to avoid public humiliation and present herself as a noble survivor and representative of the Me Too movement. You will hear evidence, including the testimony of Ms. Heard's former personal assistant, Kate James, that Ms. Heard is obsessed with her public image. It's her #1 priority. And you will see evidence that after she received a $7 million divorce settlement from Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard released a public statement claiming she wanted nothing from him and will donate the entire settlement to 2 charities: the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in California and the American Civil Liberties Union, also known as the ACLU. But then she did not make the donations. Quite simply, Ms. Heard had publicly cast herself in the role of a domestic abuse survivor. There was no going back. When Mr. Depp finally stood up and fought for his good name in court by filing this lawsuit, Ms. Heard, because she couldn't back down, went all in. After this lawsuit was filed, it's important the timeline. After this lawsuit was filed, Ms. Heard started making up more and more alleged incidents of abuse. And if you'll recall, ladies and gentlemen, the headline of the op-ed references sexual violence. But Ms. Heard had never made that accusation against Mr. Depp. It was never part of her allegations of abuse. So what changed? What changed between 2016 and 2018? We submit to you, and the evidence will show, when she realized the seriousness of what she had alleged, she panicked and she alleged sexual assault. Ms. Heard and her lawyers are going to tell you some truly horrific tales of abuse before this trial is over. But the horrific details are designed. They're designed to shock you and to overwhelm you. They are designed to be explosive. And they are designed to distract you from the evidence and, most importantly, from common sense. That tells you, the common sense of the evidence will tell you that it is all a lie. That none of this, not one single alleged incident of abuse, could have happened as Ms. Heard claims. Ms. Heard's pattern is consistent. She tells a lie, then covers up that lie with still more lies in a constantly changing, evolving, ever more dramatic story. You're going to hear a lot about Mr. Depp during this trial. Ms. Heard is going to tell you a lot of things about him. That he abused drugs and alcohol. That he used bad and offensive language. And it's true that Mr. Depp has had real struggles with substance abuse in his life. He's not denying that. You may know people close to you who have struggled too. But struggling with drugs and alcohol doesn't make you an abuser. He has also used some very colorful language. He uses words that I don't use, and you probably don't use. And he uses them frequently. Mr. Depp, like all of us, is not perfect, but he did not abuse his word. All of this is just meant to distract you from what this case is about. This case is about what Ms. Heard said in her op-ed. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard painted a picture of herself as a heroic, innocent survivor of abuse by Mr. Depp. A beaten woman who finally stood up to her torment. The evidence will show that Ms. Heard used her allegations against Mr. Depp to raise her own profile and to advance her own career. The very same day that the op-ed was published, under the title, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," end quote. She posted that article that's now displayed on your screens and the title on her Twitter page, right along with an announcement that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador on women's rights to make sure that, quote, women and girls can live free from violence, end quote. She presented herself as the face of the Me Too movement, the virtuous representative of innocent women across the country and the world who have truly suffered abuse. The evidence will show that was a lie. And the evidence will show that Ms. Heard portrayed Mr. Depp as a representative of abusers everywhere, the agent of her suffering, the villain in her heroic journey. That was a lie too. And more than just a lie, it is an act of cruelty. Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing that whatever he does, there are people out there in this world who will always believe that he will abuse women. This is a case about what Ms. Heard said. It's also a case about what a man named Adam Waldman said. Adam Waldman is a lawyer who has worked for Mr. Depp. After Mr. Depp filed his case against her, Ms. Heard filed her own claim against Mr. Depp, which is also the subject of this trial. In her claim, Ms. Heard says that Mr. Depp defamed her because Adam Waldman, his attorney, made some statements to reporters denying the truth of her claims of abuse. Adam Waldman found this horrible. Ms. Heard chose not to name him in her claim. And I won't take up too much of your time with a discussion of the claim against Mr. Depp, except to say two things. The evidence will show that those statements weren't even made by Mr. Depp. They were made by Adam Waldman. Mr. Waldman, the evidence will show, is not under Mr. Depp's control. The statements were merely Mr. Waldman's opinions, made in justified defense of his client and friend, Mr. Depp. Mr. Waldman believed those statements, and finally, at the end of the day, Mr. Waldman's statements merely reflected the reality that we intend to prove in this trial. That Ms. Heard's portrayal of herself as a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp is a lie. Ms. Heard, as you know, is an actress. When she accused Mr. Depp of abuse and painted herself before the world as a representative of abuse victims everywhere, Ms. Heard took on the role of a lifetime. She can't back down. She has been living and breathing this lie for years. And she has been preparing to give the performance of her life in this trial. But this trial is about the evidence. It's about the man's reputation. And it's about his whole life.
Yeah.
His ability to walk down the street, look people in the eye, without having them think he's an abuser. It's about the truth. And the truth will come out in this trial. At the end of this trial, we will ask you to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We will ask you to tell the world that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the victim she portrayed. And we will ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much.
She doesn't have a foot to stand on with this because
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little
doesn't
early,
have
but maybe we should go
anyone
ahead and
see
take our morning
abuse
break,
on-
just as a
from
natural
Johnny to
point to
her.
have a break before we have the second opening statement, okay? So why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute recess, just to remember, do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research, okay? All right.
I mean, seriously, she has not a foot to stand on. No one can stand up in her corner and say, yeah, I saw Johnny bitch slapper. That would be the smoking gun right there. But no. She has more in her background of physical abuse than she did as being the nice, kind-hearted, innocent woman that she's trying to portray herself to be. I mean, in other relationships, she was the abuser in those relationships as well. This is not going to paint Amber in such a good light. I'm sorry. And I can't believe she has the balls to keep going with it because there's nothing really bad about Johnny. Nothing, no one says anything bad about Johnny. Everyone's gonna back Johnny
Opening statements.
because he hasn't done anything.
Mr. Rattenborn.
Can I approach?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ben Rottenborn. Together with Elaine and Adam, I represent Amber Heard. In a few minutes, Elaine will get up here and she'll introduce you to Amber. And she'll address the allegations that you just heard in Mr. Chu and Ms. Vasquez's opening statement. And she'll explain to you why all those inflammatory things are things that are designed to mislead you from the truth. She'll explain to you what the evidence will show. And that's something that we're going to focus on in this trial, not attempts to distract you.
What evidence? She refused to hand over the fucking videotape, the phone or whatever, when they were asking for it because it had pictures and shit on it. I mean, what evidence other than the doctor fucking
We're
photo?
going to focus on the evidence. Not what we wish the evidence showed, not some crazy conspiracy theories, but what the evidence and the facts actually show. And as you assess the evidence in this trial, I would ask that you keep one question in mind above all else, which is this. Why are you here? What are you being asked to decide? You're being asked to decide a very simple question. And that question is, were the words that Amber used in the December 18, 2018 opinion piece that was published in the Washington Post protected free speech under the First Amendment or not? That is the question, and that's what you're being asked to decide. At the end of the trial, the judge will explain to you what the law is on defamation and what Mr. Depp's burden is to prove in order to establish defamation. And she'll tell you a lot of things about the law. But among them, she will tell you that Mr. Depp will have to prove that the words Ms. Heard used were about him and that they were false. If he can't do that, if he can't meet the other elements of the claim, then he loses that claim. And he can't do that. He can't come close to doing that. And for that reason, you're going to hear in this trial, Mr. Depp's team is going to make it about trying to distract you from that very simple question. Mr. Depp's team is going to try to turn this case into a soap opera. Why? I'm not really sure, because the evidence isn't pretty for Mr. Depp. It's not. You're going to see who the real Johnny Depp is. Behind the red carpets, behind the fame, behind the money, behind the pirate costumes, you're going to see who that man really is. Amber is going to tell you about it. You're going to hear who he really is from other witnesses. And you're going to hear who he really is in his own words, in the vile, graphic, terrible messages that he wrote about Amber, in ways he used to describe Amber and what he wanted to do to Amber. From the earliest days that they were dating, through their marriage, and after their marriage. You're going to hear about that. But this case isn't about that. This case isn't about a day-to-day chronicle of their marriage. It's not about who was the better spouse. It's not about who you like more. It's not about which party can sling more mud. But you're going to hear a lot of that in this trial. You're going to hear that because that's what Mr. Depp wants to turn this case into. He wants to turn this case into a 6-week-long public spectacle of the most intimate aspects of their relationship and their marriage. And you know what? I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we're going to have to do that. I'm sorry that you're going to have to live all of it. And I'm sorry that Amber's going to have to relive that. But that's the case that Johnny Depp chose.
Oh, look, she's starting to cry now.
Stand idly by and let him
When
smile at our
throughout
and make it
Johnny's
beautiful and
attorneys,
exciting
she was all
and
stuck up in
not let
attitude. Now she's looking like she's gonna
But
cry.
ultimately, what this case is about the First Amendment.
She knows how to put on the water
About
rocks.
that December 18th, 2018 op-ed piece, and whether Ms. Heard's freedom of speech and the First Amendment give her the right to say the words that she said. That right, that freedom of speech, is what Amber Heard is asking you to uphold and protect in this lawsuit. And that's
They're
a
actually
very
going
simple
for
question.
the freedom of
But you
speech
decide exactly
clause so
what
she don't end
And
up
it
in
does not
jail
require you
for lying.
to stand and serve as the umpire of 2 movie stars in perfect marriage. It doesn't. And so we're going to focus on those words. We're going to look
Really,
at those words.
Amber?
And as we look at those words, I'd ask you to keep this in mind. Keep in mind what you just saw on the screen from Mr. Chu when he put up those words. Keep in mind what you didn't see. You didn't see the rest of the opinion piece. And what we'd ask is that as you look at those words, that you look at them in the context of the piece in which they were written. Now, whether you look at them individually or in the context of the piece doesn't really matter because the words are true. But context matters. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Heather to put up the article, put up the opinion piece, and I'm going to read that to you. And we're going to look at those words in the context of what this piece was about. Because Mr. Depp's team wants to make you think that this opinion piece was designed to destroy Johnny Depp.
Yes, it
That
was.
this was designed to maliciously talk about him and their life together. And it wasn't. So let's take a moment to look at this. And I'm going to read it to you, and I'd ask that you follow along if you can. But either way, let's take a look at what the piece as a whole says. This is the piece that Amber wrote.
Why'd you write it in the
exposed to
first place?
abuse at a very young age. I knew certain things early on without ever having to be told. I knew that men have the power, physically, socially, and financially, and that a lot of institutions support that arrangement. I knew this long before I had the words to articulate it, and I bet you learned it young too. Like many women, I had been harassed and sexually assaulted by the time I was in college age, but I kept quiet. I did not expect filing complaints to bring justice, and I didn't see myself as a victim. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Friends and advisors told
I'm
me
sorry,
I
I'm
would
gonna
never
turn
again
this
work
side
as
eye.
an actress, that I would be blacklisted. A movie I was attached to recast my role. I had just shot a 2-year campaign as the face of a global fashion brand, and the company dropped me.
No, they did not.
Questions arose as to whether I would be able to keep my role of Mira in the movies Justice League and Aquaman. I had the rare vantage point of seeing, in real time, institutions protect men accused of abuse. Imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes. Not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. In recent years, the Me Too movement has taught us about how power like this works, not just in Hollywood, but in all kinds of institutions, workplaces, places of worship, or simply in particular communities. In every walk of life, women are confronting these men who are buoyed by social, economic, and cultural power, and these institutions are beginning to change. We are in a transformative political moment. The president of our country has been accused by more than a dozen women of sexual misconduct, including assault and harassment. Outrage over his statements and behavior has energized a female-led opposition. Me Too started a conversation about just how profoundly sexual violence affects women in every area of our lives. And last month, more women were elected to Congress than ever in our history, with a mandate to take women's issues seriously. Women's rage and determination to end sexual violence are turning into a political force. We have an opening now to bolster and build institutions protective of women. For starters, Congress can reauthorize and strengthen the Violence Against Women Act. First passed in 1994, the act is one of the most effective pieces of legislation enacted to fight domestic violence and sexual assault. It creates support systems for people who report abuse and provides funding for rape crisis centers, legal assistance programs, and other critical services. It improves responses by law enforcement, and it prohibits discrimination against LGBTQ survivors. Funding for the act expired in September and has only been temporarily extended. We should continue to fight sexual assault on college campuses, while simultaneously insisting on fair processes for adjudicating.
This isn't about fucking
Last month,
that,
Education
Amber.
Secretary Betsy
This is
DeVos
about
proposed
you and
changes to Title
Johnny.
IX rules
Why are
governing
you trying to make
sexual
it
harassment and assault in schools.
a big platform and
While
oh
some
my
changes would make
god.
the process for handling complaints more fair, others would weaken protections for sexual assault survivors. For example, the new rules would require schools to investigate only the most
This is something you
extreme
do
complaints, and
in
then
Congress,
only
in front of
women and
Congress, this
men
type of
officials. Women on
grandiose,
campuses already have trouble.
this type of speech. This isn't
Why
about
would we allow
Johnny
institutions to scale back?
and what Johnny did to her.
I write this as a woman who had to change my phone number weekly because I was getting death threats. For months, I rarely left my apartment. And when I did, I was pursued by camera drones and photographers on foot, on motorcycles and in cars. Tabloid outlets that posted pictures of me spun them in a negative light. I felt
Let's
as
do
though I was on
them.
trial in the court of public opinion, and my life and livelihood depended on myriad judgments far beyond my control. I want to ensure that women who come forward to talk about violence receive more support. We are electing representatives who know how deeply we care about these issues. We can work together to demand changes to laws and rules and social norms, and to right the imbalances that have shaped our lives.
I'm sorry, this is the type of things you write when you're in front of the president and Congress and shit. She's really blowing it out there. She's
But
really
that is
blowing
one
out her
simple
ass.
issue in this case. Of those words that Amber wrote, are those protected by the First Amendment? And the answer is very clearly yes. So let's talk about that article for a minute. First of all, the article doesn't mention Depp by name. It never once contains his name in that article. It is not about Amber's relationship with Mr. Depp.
Oh, yes, it is.
There are no details of any abuse in that article. The article is about proposed legislation and strengthening of government laws and policies designed to protect abuse victims and people who report abuse. That's what the article is about. And it was written in the midst of a social movement.
Then why are you here suing him?
The ACLU asked Amber
Why are we doing this court
to
case?
use her platform to speak on
If it's
women's
not about
rights.
Johnny.
And that's what she did. To do so, she drew on her experiences as someone who had reported domestic abuse. And there's no question, there is no dispute that she did in fact report domestic abuse in 2016. Depp's side admits that. She talked about her negative personal experiences and her reactions and opinions after being someone in Hollywood who reported abuse and the consequences that flowed from that. She talked about what she experienced in the days and months following reporting that abuse. That's what the article is about. The article isn't about Johnny Depp. The article is about the social change for which she is advocating and that the First Amendment protects.
This isn't about
So I
the
think
article.
as this
dude.
goes on, that you
This is
saw
about the fact that
Mr.
she
Chu
is an abusive
only make
bitch
3 statements in isolation.
to her
because they want you to forget that.
significant others.
To what the
She
article
has
is
a
about.
pattern.
Now, if it had been Amber's intention to use this article to detail the abuse that she suffered and that you'll hear about over the course of this trial, believe me, the article would look very, very different. She could fill a book with those details. She probably would have started out by calling out Mr. Depp by name. She probably wouldn't have published it in the Washington Post. She would have described in great detail the man who has described himself, the violent side of himself, as the monster. That's what she would have done. The monster. She would have told you about the monster. But she didn't. That wasn't the point of this article. And she was careful to avoid that, even having her lawyer review the article to make sure that it was okay. And she relied on that lawyer's advice, and you'll hear testimony on that during the trial. But because Johnny Depp brought this case and asked for it, all of that is going to come out. Just know that Amber Heard never wanted to unearth for the public who the real Johnny Depp is. But that's going to come out over the course of this trial. I'd like you to also take into consideration who isn't here today. You don't see the Washington Post sitting here as a defendant in this courtroom. Depp didn't sue the Washington Post. He had no interest in doing that. He only
Because
sued-
they were the innocent bystander and all this.
He could have sued the Washington Post. They published the article. But he didn't.
Because they're
He chose to bring
innocent.
Amber to court here in Virginia, where she has no ties, has never lived, he's never lived, where they never spend any time. Because he wanted to make her life hard. He wanted to ruin her life. He wanted to destroy her. That's what
No,
he
no,
did.
in the first messages, he wanted to fix it, and she was being a
I wish I could
bitch.
say that that's surprising. It's certainly disturbing, but it's not surprising because the evidence will show that for years, all Mr. Depp has wanted to do is humiliate Amber, to harm,
No, we did not.
to wreck her career. That's what the evidence will show in his words. That's what he wanted. But he made a mistake bringing this case in Virginia. Because you're the people who are going to hear this case. Qualified, prepared jury who respects the First Amendment. And with that, even though we've looked at the article as a whole, I'd like to spend a few minutes looking at the individual statements that were made, just as Depp's side showed you. Because I think it's important to do that as well. Can we pull up slide 1, please? Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. There's absolutely nothing false about that statement. First of all, the evidence will show that Amber did suffer domestic abuse at the hands of Johnny Depp. And it took many forms. Physical, sure, but also emotional, verbal, psychological abuse. It's all domestic abuse that she suffered at his hands. So that's the truth. But what else is the truth? Is that on May 27, 2016, 2 years before this opinion piece was published, Amber walked into a courtroom in California with bruises on her face that were given to her by Johnny Depp on that incident on May 21st, 2016, that Orlean's going to tell you more about. That absolutely were given to her. And she took out a domestic violence restraining order that she obtained from the court in California to protect herself. And she was, of course, a public figure. She was a movie star. She didn't want the paparazzi, the press photos. She got those, of course. Who wants to be photographed with a bruised face walking out the court? She didn't want that, and the evidence will show that. But she was a public figure, and 2 years before she wrote this article, she was a public figure representing domestic abuse. That is 100% true. And try as he might to take it away, Amber's freedom of speech gives her the right to say that. Can we pull up slide 2, please? This is the second statement.
Show proof that he actually
I
hit
have a
her.
rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Once again, that statement is 100% true.
There is no proof that Johnny actually hit her.
Amber did accuse Johnny of abuse. And she saw how he was protected at the same time that her career took a downturn and that he did everything that he could to try to wreck her career, as the evidence will see. But she accused him of
It's
abuse.
all has to be all about
That
her.
statement is true. You don't need to relive every intimate detail of their marriage. You don't need to decide what happened on any individual day of their marriage to determine that the First Amendment protects that statement because it is true.
She has to be on a pedestal. She has to
Don't take the bait.
shut it down. Oh, da-da-da.
Now, this statement
It only has to be about her.
of the online edition of the article. I spoke up against sexual violence and face our culture's wrath. That has to change. The undisputed evidence in this
Say
case
something,
would be that
say.
Amber did not write these words, did not review these words, did not approve these words. That's how offense works. She wrote the article. She didn't write this headline. And for that reason alone, it's not defamatory. But here's the thing. Like the first two statements, tragically, it's true. Amber did suffer sexual violence at the hands of Depp. And Ms. Vasquez tried to minimize that and tried to make you think that it's all made up. But it's not. You will hear in the most graphic and horrifying terms about the violence that she suffered. You'll hear that straight from her. She will get on the stand and she will tell you that. It happened. And by taking out that domestic violence restraining order, by obtaining that from the court, she did speak out against it and all the other abuse that she suffered. And she said, enough is enough. I need to protect myself. She didn't want to do that. She didn't want to be forced to get that restraining order, but she did. She spoke out against the abuse by doing that. And the evidence will show that she did face.
Why don't I not
Perhaps
believe her?
illustrated no more clearly by the fact that she's here today, facing this lawsuit brought by an obsessed ex-husband hell-bent on revenge.
He is not
That's why
obsessed.
That's why she's facing.
Oh my God.
And as you
If he was
consider
obsessed, he'd be
those
looking at her. He'd be,
statements, this is as well.
oh my
The
God.
evidence will show
She's
that
the
Renee Clark's
obsessed
accused
one.
the restraining order. Mr. Depp never denied the allegations, and in fact, he signed a statement that Amber hadn't made any false statements for financial gain. He signed a statement saying she hadn't made any false statements. And you'll see that in evidence in this trial. And it was only 2 years later, as his career was in free fall and her career was taking off, that he pounced,
And thank you for the thumbs up.
that he chose to bring this lawsuit after saying that she hadn't made any false statements. And one thing that you'll be instructed at the end of the trial, that the Mr. Depp side will try to distract you from, is that any damages that he suffered and any defamation has to flow from that 2018 opinion piece. This case isn't about the statements made in 2016, even though they're true. This case is about the December 2018 opinion piece.
Yes, it is. For you, it is.
And I have to say, it's pretty ironic.
You've been stating all your
that
your
a piece-
info off with
that
the one
briefly
article.
discussed Amber moving on from Johnny Depp, that briefly discussed her life experiences after Johnny Depp, is the very vehicle that he uses to try to keep her from living that life, rather than give her her life back. rather than take personal responsibility for his own actions. It's ironic that he uses that case to do that. But like I said, it's not surprising because you will see clear and graphic evidence of his intentions, dating back years. Now, in 5 or 6 weeks, Elaine or I will get up here at closing argument and we'll remind you what this case is about. We'll remind you that this case is about one piece of paper. Amber's words in this article, that it wasn't about death, wasn't about her marriage, wasn't about her relationship, that it was about life after that. It's about the freedom of speech. It's not about the soap opera that Depp will turn this case into. It's not about who you like better. It's not even about whether you agree with the words that she wrote. It's about the right to speak them. Now, before I sit down, I'd like to briefly discuss some of the damages that Depp alleges in this case, because he can't win the case if he can't show damages. And the evidence will show that he has not suffered 1 cent of damages from this action.
Yes, he has.
Not
He's
one.
been kicked off of movies and
Make
shit
no mistake,
because of Amber. What
Johnny Depp
are you saying?
is in tatters. His career is in free fall. But it's because of problems that he created. Problems that he is responsible for. And he's here in court asking you to blame Amber for that. But it's not Amber's fault. They're from the choices that he made. You'll hear a lot of evidence in this trial about those choices. You'll hear evidence of crushing drug and alcohol abuse. You'll hear evidence of Depp taking more drugs than you can count. You'll hear evidence that
She was on drugs too.
Abuse. A cross-country plane flight in May 2014 from Boston to Los Angeles, when he kicked Amber in the back on a private jet. You'll hear evidence that he had had no food for days, that he had used cocaine, that he had had half a bottle of whiskey, that he had had countless Red Bulls and vodkas, that he had taken pills, and on the plane decided to top all that off with 2 bottles of champagne. You'll hear evidence of that. And he blacked out on the plane, and he abused Amber. He didn't remember anything about it when he woke up. You'll hear
Yeah, because
evidence
he
of
made her
drug
that
abuse
crazy.
from Marilyn Manson. You'll hear evidence
Because she
of
always
that
starts the
3-day
shit.
blackout in Australia. that Miss
Even
Vasquez
proved
had.
it in a fucking video.
A 3-day blackout in which he abused and sexually assaulted Amber, all because she had the courage to confront him about his drinking. Imagine that. A concerned spouse confronts her husband about
Oh,
his
she's
drinking
so
and gets rewarded
no.
with that. That is what the evidence will show. That is what happened to my client. That 3-day blackout that led her to be so in fear for her life that she barricaded herself.
If she was so fear for herself, then why didn't you leave center?
That kept him
She
from being
had
able to do
every
what
right.
he was in
She was
Australia
on
to do,
sets of
which was
friggin'
to film Pirates of the Caribbean 5. His behavior on that trip, both before the blackout and during
when
it,
she was doing the movie and shit the first time around. Why didn't she leave
he
then?
showed up late to the set.
I mean, oh my god.
And after that blackout, he was gone from the set for a long time. Now, he did cut off his finger, but the evidence will show my client did not do it.
Yes, she did!
Imagine this, what Miss Vasquez
It showed video of her doing it!
developed a major league level fastball and cut off his finger with a bottle. You'll see the evidence.
He didn't do that himself! Why would anyone do that to himself?
Experts who testify.
Oh, she is out of this world, man.
You'll also see pictures of what Mr. Depp did after he cut off his finger, when he dipped it in blood and paint and wrote graffiti all around the house. That's what you're going to see he did. And you're going to ask yourself, how can someone that is blacked out How can they deny that they abused someone? How can they deny what they were told that they did?
Yeah, he dipped his
There's no
finger in
credibility
blood,
when he gets up there
and he wrote,
in this court.
who fucking nailed his ass to the wall
He
there.
was blacked out. So just remember that. Those were problems that he created.
Because he knew it would annoy her.
You'll hear evidence that the same addictions that led him to abuse Amber also led to the demise of his career as an actor. Like I said, as you saw with Disney, as the evidence will show with Disney, he was unreliable as an actor, and those same self-destructive tendencies led to financial distress. Quite simply, he was running out of money, and that distress fueled his abusive tendencies for Amber. And it led the public to think less and less of him. And you will see a parade of witnesses who testify in Johnny's case that all have one thing in common. They all rely on him. They're all on his payroll for the most part, or they rely on him for some sort of luxury in their life. And you'll see that of these witnesses. So in a lot of ways, Amber previewed the parade of witnesses when she said in her op-ed, and I'm going to read from it and quote it here. She said, you remember when I said this, imagine a powerful man as a ship, like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even care about the ship, but because their own fates depend on the enterprise. Remember that as Depp's witnesses take the stand. None of whom know what happened behind closed doors before we came up with. None of whom can testify to that. But remember that these are people who care about their own financial well-being, just as it previewed in that article. And they know what happens to people who stand up to death. They know what happens because they've seen it. They've seen it with Amber, and they've seen it with other people in his life who had the courage to ask him to change and who he lashed out against. These are people who helped enable the man who describes himself as the monster. Make no mistake, this man's poor choices have brought him to this courtroom. His own bad behavior, his own refusal to commit to sobriety, his own violence, his poor choices. And people who have spoken up against it, they're the ones that have suffered the consequences. You'll hear evidence that he fired his longtime agent, that he got rid of his business managers and his law firms that had represented him for years. And no one has suffered from his refusal to take accountability more than Amber Heard. You'll hear evidence that 2 years before the op-ed, 2 years before that, Mr. Depp brought someone else into his life who helped convince him to blame other people. That man, Adam Waldman, who Ms. Vasquez introduced you to, had never met Mr. Depp while he was in a relationship with Ms. Heard, or while he was represented by his agents or his former business managers. But he convinced him that all these bad things that are happening in his life, he helped convince him of this, were other people's faults. And you'll hear evidence of that. Rather than take responsibility for cleaning yourself up, Depp chose to blame other people. That's why we're here. And the evidence will show you crystal clearly that the op-ed had nothing to do with damages that he suffered. He's going to try to make it sound like this caused him to lose Pirates of the Caribbean 6, which is a movie that hasn't been made, but that Disney wasn't going to cast him in it because of Amber's article. But there's no evidence of that. The evidence will actually show that months before the op-ed, it was reported that Disney was considering dropping him from Pirates 6. The evidence will show
because of the
Disney
bitch.
had a dossier on him that had articles from the press, had other information about Mr. Depp, and they didn't have this article at all in their files. It didn't register with them. Just as it didn't register with the public. The public had known since 2016 what Amber had to say about Johnny Depp. This didn't change any of that. The evidence will also show that he said he would not make Pirate 6 even if Disney paid him far more money than he ever made on film. That's what the evidence
Because of
will show.
them doing what they did to him.
So any damages that he suffered in his career are not because of this op-ed. And it's time to make Johnny take responsibility. To tell him, Mr. Depp, stop blaming other people for your self-created problems. To take responsibility for your own life. And it's up to you, ladies and gentlemen, to make him do that. It's up to you. Because you are uniquely qualified to do that. No one else has the power to do that. Only you. To tell him enough is enough. To stand up for the First Amendment. To stand up for the truth. And Amber's right to speak it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Ms. Barrymore?
The only evidence he had was a fucking article.
Good morning, Scott. It's good to see you all again, and thank you again very much. Ben told you we will be relying on the evidence, rather than the hyperbole and the personal attacks, and he was right. The evidence in this case, simply put, is overwhelming and compelling. In the 6 weeks, we're going to try to show you as much as we possibly can. There are many, many, many photographs. Now, you've heard Ms. Vasquez try to say, oh, you can't trust those, it's not the originals. She's got that wrong. It's not from the original devices. Ms. Heard took all kinds of photographs, and her friends took photographs, and all of those remained on the cloud, and all of them have been imaged, and all of them have been examined by their IT experts, and they cannot discredit one photograph. Then she says, oh, and it's got a photo editing thing. Well, all iPhones have the photo editing. It's where you can make it a little lighter or darker, you can move it to the center or not. That doesn't discredit the photographs, and we will have an IP expert who will testify that all of these are legitimate, authentic photographs. Not only that, but Ms. Heard produced all of her different devices over the years, including her most recent laptop, and they were pulled from many, many sources, and all of them are identical. So if she was going to go in and try to manipulate, she would have had to do it everywhere. And Ms. Heard will tell you she doesn't have that
and she's smart.
talent. There may be a couple of you on the jury who have that talent. She does not have that talent. They're all
She has
very
people.
legitimate photographs.
Stop acting like she don't have
The
people.
experts, and you will find every single piece is authenticated and is true. And they show bruises, and they show cut lips. They show hair pulled out of her hair. They show all kinds of, they show two black eyes when he headbutted her. Those are all going to be there. We also are going to show you a bit, and I'll talk about the time frame of it. Ms. Heard took that on her iPad. And it was one day when she was in the kitchen with Mr. Depp. And it was February 10th, 2016. And he's on a tip. And he's going around, he's yelling at her and being abusive to her, and he's slamming the kitchen cupboards and they're glass. And you can hear them rattling.
And she's starting it
Then he
all.
goes over with a big glass of wine, and he has a huge bottle of wine, and he pours more in there. And then she says, did you drink all of that? And then he sees that she's videotaping him, and bam.
Was secretly videotaped.
Then you're going to hear audio tapes, which are pretty significant too. Ben told you about the May.
And then he saw that she was secretly videotaping his ass
where he
because she was trying to start shit.
blacked out. Well, Amber audio taped him when he went to the back of the plane and passed out and was moaning loudly. You will hear that. You will also hear some other audio tapes that are very significant. One of them in Australia at the end of the 3-day hostage situation. You will hear apparently.
Hostage situation.
Ms. Heard's iPhone. She was never allowed to have a password. By the way, he would never let her do that during their relationship. But he must have.
Because why should you? Because that means you're keeping stuff away from people.
The liquor and the urine and the blood stains and everything else in the house. And you can hear his handlers talking about it. You can hear them talking about trying to find his finger. And then you can hear them say, she's stone cold sober. You will hear all of that. It's very, very
She may be called stone sober, but she wasn't stone cold fucking calm either.
Johnny Depp. It's one who is always, well, I can't say always, because he has the charismatic side that Amber fell in love with. But he has an enormous amount of rage. You will see the medical records and hear from the psychiatrist that talked to him for a while in 2014, where he admits that he has rage, that he's like a demon, that he views his wife, Amber, like his mother and his sister that he hates. That's what you will see. You will see that. And
I wonder why he hates her, because she was abusing him.
You're going to see a list of his prescription drugs that his concierge doctor and team, who charge him $100,000 a month and have since 2014, and they are still his concierge doctors. That's the list of medications he takes in one day that they prescribe. That doesn't include the cocaine. It doesn't include the ecstasy, the MDMA, the mushrooms, and all of the others. Now, it's during these rages that Mr. Depp engaged in verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse of Amber. Let me introduce you to Amber, the lesser known person here, and I know when we were doing the vlog.
Lesser known person here. Right.
Let me tell you a little bit about Amber. She's 35 years old. She's from Austin, Texas. She grew up outside of Austin, Texas. She has.
Why aren't you pinpointing the fact that she abused another person in a previous relationship?
In an area, her father was a construction worker, primarily a painter, but he would break horses as part-time. They lived out on a ranch area. Her mother, Paige, who died 2 years ago at age 63, dropped out of medical school to marry Amber's father. She worked for the state of Texas in internet communications. They grew up very poor. Amber has a sister, Whitney, who's 16 months younger than her. And you will see and hear from Whitney later, because unfortunately she also witnessed some of the abuse. Amber rode horses with her father. She tried to work with him to help him break the horses. She remembers having a broken arm at least 4 times, being in casts during that time. But there were some things she learned from breaking those horses that was very significant. Her father taught her she couldn't show fear, she couldn't show pain, and she couldn't show emotion. That's how she could break those horses. It's significant for you to know that, so you can understand how Amber could have remained in this relationship with Mr. Depp for as long as she could, and the dynamics of some of the abuse you're going to hear about, because that's what would be her instinct, is to stand up and not let him show that he's caused the pain, that he's caused the fear, that he's caused the humiliation. You'll hear about a long line of jobs that Amber started from back, age 12, as soon as she could, working in a soup kitchen without as volunteer, but then she took all kinds of miscellaneous jobs, lifeguards, everything else, trying to improve herself. She's not somebody who had a great break. What happened was she got recognized by a Hollywood agent who expressed some interest in her. She took her $180 that she'd saved up, and she went to LA. That's all she had to remain. The testimony will be she worked all kinds of different jobs when she was in LA, anything that she could get. And she would go on buses. She didn't have a vehicle, so she would go on buses. She'd go up to six different auditions in one day. She'd have a map, and she'd have the bus, and then she would just go around. She had a big sweater to whatever the role was, so that she could get things. And she wasn't going famous actor roles. She was taking one-liners, she was taking extras, she was doing anything she could to make money to survive.
What she did with it, she's actually going to go into her backstory. I know.
Then when Nikki graduated from high school, she brought her out to LA and put her house, roof over her house, and put her through community college. She took care of.
She
her
wants
family.
sympathy so goddamn bad.
Johnny Depp in 2009, when he hired her for Rum Diaries to star across from him. She felt like she was. She starred in some roles.
Weren't they pinpointing the fact that
She had a vehicle.
she had a lesbian relationship with a woman and she was abusing that woman?
Now, during the Rum Diaries, she got to know Mr. Depp, not through the true
Seriously.
or anything else. She was in a long-term relationship with Tasha Van Ray, and he was in a long-term relationship with Vanessa Paradis. Neither of them had any kind of romantic relationship at that time. When
Can
she
I
was
add
hosting
that?
the show,
Why aren't they not,
the Rum Diaries,
her side not revealing that?
I started pursuing her.
Because it's bad for their side of the story.
One of them was a guitar, and she returned it. Now, 2 years later, fast forward, that's when the press jumping started. And that's when she had to come back and meet with him, and they ran on the press tours. At that point, she had ended the relationship with Tasha Van Reed, and he said he had ended his relationship with Vanessa Paradis. So during the press trips, that's when they started dating, and by both accounts, fell madly in love. She loved the side of Johnny that we see in the movies, the charismatic one, the charming one, the generous one. That's the man she fell in love with. But sadly, the monster came in the way. And that monster would come out when he was drinking and when he would take the drugs. Amber will never forget the first event of abuse. She was sitting in his house in Spencer on the sofa, and he was across from her. And they were talking about a tattoo that he had. It had Winona Ryder forever. He had altered that to Wine Forever after he broke up with Winona Ryder. Just an aside, he had Slim, which was his nickname for Amber. When they broke up, he turned it to Scum. But in any event, he had that on there. And Amber thought he was making a joke when he was talking about it. And she laughed. And he slapped it. Now you see the rings that Mr. Depp has on hers when he slaps. And she was stunned. She had no idea what to think. And she kind of laughed, thinking, well, maybe that was a joke. What just happened? And he slapped her again. And then she just froze and just looked. And then he hit her again, and this time it knocked her right off the sofa onto the ground. And she remembers her face was in this dirty, filthy carpet. That's what she remembers and fixing again, the dirty carpet. And she's thinking, oh my God, I have to leave. I have to leave. But I love him. I have to leave. But I love him. And she sat there for the longest time. She laid there for the longest time. Then Johnny came off the sofa, got on his knees, started crying, told her he was very, very sorry that he had done this. It would never happen again. And he said some very significant words. I thought I had put the monster away for good. That's what he said to her that day. Well, Amber ended up leaving that day, and she went out to her car, her Mustang, and she remembers that it was cold, and she sat in the car for the longest time, and she remembers watching her breath because it was cold, and she was thinking, I have to leave him, but I love him. She just kept thinking that. She finally drove away. But Amber made the mistake that millions before her and millions after her were victims of domestic abuse. She chose to stay and try to fix the problem, and thinking that she could do that. So she stayed. Now Amber she grew up in an abusive family. Her father abused her mother, and sometimes she admitted me. So she had that cycle in there, just as you've heard that Johnny had that cycle in his house. And so what's the normal for them is a little bit more difficult than some of us can understand. You will hear expert witness testimony about the cycles of violence and what happens with these people and how they react and all the dynamics of thinking they can fix them. She thought all the way through she could fix them. If she can just get them sober and clean, then everything was going to be that wonderful side that she found out in the movie. And she kept trying and she kept trying. She went to Al-Anon meetings. She went to therapists. She tried to do couples therapy. You'll hear about their tape recording sessions to try to resolve fights or de-escalate things so he wouldn't get mad at her for anything. But you'll hear that he gets mad at her for all kinds of things. But he didn't want her to work. Here she's a budding actor who wants to be out there and succeed, and he doesn't want her to take roles. He starts controlling what she wears. He starts looking at her lines when she tries out for places. He nixes any romance scenes, sex scenes. He gets mad and accuses her of sleeping with every single one of her co-stars. It became a cycle of that, a control as well, emotional abuse as you go. But what's also significant in that is the property damage. And that's a hard one for Mr. Depp to be able to escape. And he's claiming that he's such a docile thing that it's all misheard. You're going to see pictures. He writes on mirrors, horrible things. Writes on lampshades, on clothing, on countertops. In Australia, when you heard Ben talk about Australia, he wrote the third day as Amber comes out after she's barricaded herself and gone through a lot, and I'll back up on that in a minute. She comes out, he's got mashed potatoes spread across the top. He's written along the wall of the staircase going down all kinds of nasty things about her. And Billy Bob Thornton, the last one she was in the co-star with, and fucking ambition, and all kinds of things like that. And then he's written on the lampshades downstairs. And then he's got more on the mirrors. And then, on top of it, you've got all the broken glass everywhere, and you've got liquor everywhere, and it's just, and then he's urinated, tried to urinate messages. That's the Johnny Depp. That's the other side. Now you're going to hear that Amber tried to protect her all the way through. She didn't want the public to know this. She didn't want his kids to know this. And so she didn't tell people about it. So let's go back. The first event that I told you about was 2011. And how do we know that it was in 2011? Because Amber was going through her therapist, Bonnie Jacobs. And Bonnie Jacobs has therapy notes of her sessions with Amber. And in those therapy notes, she chronicles the first time that Amber tells her that Johnny did it. And it goes through into 2012, 2013.
And if we knew this person knew about the abuse, why didn't he report it?
This is a cycle of violence. This is a cycle of abuse. You can't enable him. You need to stand up for yourself. Amber will testify about how Johnny would get so drunk and so drugged out that he would vomit all over himself and worse, lose control of his bowels. She would clean him up. And you'll see Bonnie Jacobs in these notes saying, don't do that. You enable him. Don't do it. Leave him there. But what would happen is his handlers would then take care of him if she left him. So that's the story you're going to hear on that. Let me just tell you about a few of the events. And I'm going to start in Australia. That's the 3-day hostage. She gets there. Now, you
She was such a hostage.
Under oath that for 15 to 18 months before the March 2015 Australia event, when he's there filming, that he's been sober, clean and sober. Then you'll see all the text messages for the last 18 months in which he's stolen drugs, in which you'll hear testimony from people in which he's gotten drunk and taken all kinds of different drugs. The whole time, he doesn't get clean and sober, but he claims that he was clean and sober. That she came there. This is a month after they just got married. She flew in from filming the Danish Girls. She's there, and he claims that he was just sitting there calmly, and she was haranguing him. So he took a shot glass of vodka, and when he did that, she got mad, took the bottle of vodka, was 8 to 10 feet, about where I am from you, and hurled it at him, and it happened to just take out the bottom part of his finger. And then he says she came and burned a hole in his cheek. The testimony is going to be that he self-mutilated on a number of occasions and burned himself in the cheek and also cut himself. But Amber never did that. And you're going to hear from the experts testifying about this finger injury and how fantastic this version is. But the other part of it was he was with Marilyn Manson for the week before, scoring on cocaine. You'll see text messages of him getting it from his handlers with the cocaine and the liquor. And you'll hear so much before that. But Amber gets there, and instead what he does is he takes 8 to 10 tablets of ecstasy, almost immediately. And the next 3 days are just a cycle of very, very, very violent activity by him. Amber keeps trying to calm him down. She tries to get him to eat. She tries to get him to sleep. She tries to do these things, and he would just he was at times delusional, paranoid. He would be mad at somebody else, then he'd be mad at her. And by the way, we'll talk about the prenup, but he called her lawyer, who she had because she wanted to give him a prenup, and then they got married too quickly, so she was going to give him a postnup. He called the lawyer from Australia, called her a bitch, and fired her. You'll hear the testimony from the lawyer on that. That's the type of
Coming
Johnny
from
Depp.
Amber, man. He
He
must,
didn't want the
she
post.
must
He
have
didn't
banked
want
him.
that. But now they're going to tell you that's that it was her that was mad. We didn't hear she had a lawyer and she was cooperating. So as you go through those 3 days of Australia, some pretty horrendous things happen to her. He rips off her nightgown. He has her jammed up against a bar. He has curled bottles and bottles at her. He has dragged her across the floor on the broken bottles and the liquor. He has punched her. He has
Then where is the evidence of this on her back? You would be scars on her back.
And then penetrates her with a paper cutter. That's the Johnny Depp that we're going to hear about in this case.
Oh, please.
Now, after that, Amber goes to the airport, and what does she do? She buys a book by a psychiatrist who's talking about couples therapy. She's already trying to figure out a way to fix it, fix this marriage that's only a month old, and her husband has just done these horrible things. Now they go back to LA. He's got to get his finger fixed, so he has to stop filming Pirates 5. They get there, and there's another fight in just 2 weeks from there. He's still using it at this point. He's still drunk. But Amber finds on a TV screen, his monitor, she finds pictures of another woman, naked pictures of a woman, and text messages that show that he's clearly having an affair. She gets extremely mad. Amber can be jealous too. She can get angry. If she's half his age, and she's defiant, and we're not going to say she's perfect. She was beat when she saw that, and she confronted her, and the two of them were screaming at each other. Now, her sister Whitney happened to be in the house. She was summoned. She literally was awakened to come and try to resolve this fight between the two of them. While she's there, Johnny starts hitting Amber, and Whitney ends up getting in between them. And Amber thinks that John's going to throw her down, push her down the stairs because he's in that position. So Amber actually gets up and punches Johnny in the face. She'll tell you that's the only time she has ever laid one on him in an aggressive manner. But it's after he'd already been given her, and it's in defense of her sister. And she'll admit she got him that time, and she actually did have an impact on him. She'll testify about how many times they were in their fights, and she said, she's almost half his size. So he, she said, if I push him, he doesn't move. He pushes me, I go flying across the room. There isn't any ability on her part to be the abuser. What she'll also tell you is it took her a while to ever fight back. That many times before that, she would do what she did when she was breaking the horses. She wouldn't show fear. She wouldn't show pain. She would look at him. She would just be defiant, and all it would do is piss him off more. She'll tell you that she tried everything. She tried everything. From trying to be nice.
Yeah, she was trying to piss him
him
off more.
She would throw things at his way to get him from running after her. She would try to, flail back. She would use her hands and legs, and she would go and try to fight him. She'd run into a woman, try to barricade and push his hands and everything out of her. She'd try all those things, but she couldn't figure out what could get him to calm down. I'm going to fast forward now to the next one, and that is, I'm going to jump you up to after the stair incident, and Johnny had to get surgery on his finger. That's the longest period of time he stayed sober. It was almost 3 months. You're going to hear that he has never been through rehab, even though he has been a lifelong drug addict and alcoholic. Never has he gone through a rehab time. Instead, there's twice that he went to some New York hospital and did a cleansing. One time it was for 3 days, and one time it was for 5 days, and that's it. He's never made any effort whatsoever to get sober or stop the drugs.
What do you think a cleansing is?
He did for almost 3 months. And you see the text messages. We're going to take you through this whole story and all the text messages and all the emails
Detoxing.
and all the testimony.
Bitch.
So fast forward to December 2015. That was one of the worst. Australia was pretty bad, but this one was even worse. In this particular occasion, he gets angry for some reason, and he starts dragging her by her hair through the apartment, kicking her, punching her, tearing her hair out. At one point, she gets up and looks at him, and he headbutts her, and she gets two black eyes from him. Then he goes and drags her up the stairs, puts her on the bed, puts his foot and knee in the back of her, and he continues to punch her, telling her he's fucking hating her, and he's fucking gonna kill her. And he's got his boot stuck in the bed frame as he's doing it. And the force of what he's doing to her causes the bed frame to splinter. That's how much force. She is suffocating in the pillow, and she believes truly she's gonna die in this one. She wakes up to her She doesn't know how long she was.
Not now.
She doesn't know.
I know.
She was down at that point in the friend saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" You'll see the pictures of all of this. You'll see the pictures of their hair. Imagine how much that must hurt. The hair that's all run down. And you'll see the pictures of Amber. Now here's the ironic thing. The next day she gets
Fucking calling me again.
and you can see the text messages. She's not sure if she can go. She's worried. She's got two black eyes. She's got lips.
What?
She's got hair missing. Her friend's
Did I do anything wrong?
She's got a makeup artist who's been here for 9 years. He does the best job of makeup you could imagine to get her through the James Corden show. And she does it. But you'll see the pictures of before and you'll see them then. And that's the resilient Amber who says, I'm going to go do this anyway. Now, her friends, she tells Io, you're going to hear about Io till it right. He was in New York. She texted him and said, Johnny beat me up really good this time. Can you help? And he says, I was filming something, stop. I got the first flight out of there. I'm flying from New York back to LA. I see her on the James Corden show. I can see the swelling because I know her well. I can see the swelling. And then he said somebody touched her and she flinched on the show. He said, that's not like Amber. He got there. They haven't cleaned up all the mess. He sees the hair. He sees the splinters. He sees all of the other things. And he is so upset. He was a good friend of Johnny's as well. He'll testify about all of his friendship with Johnny. But he put his foot down on that one and said, you need to have consequences. You cannot do this to Amber anymore. I am not your friend anymore. Now, there were several people that were supposed to go to Johnny's Island, Bahamas Island, in December for Christmas. He was going to bring his two kids. He invited Amber's parents, who loved Johnny, and unfortunately, the father used to drink and do drugs with Johnny a lot. And he was also going to take Rocky, her friend who lived next door in a penthouse, and her fiance, and Rocky's parents. Imagine being able to go to a Bahamas island for Christmas. What a cool thing to do. But they all were so upset what he did to Amber on December 15th. They said, no, we're not going to condone this. We're not going. But he talked Amber into going to get there and going, I'm going to be with my kids. Please come. I'll be better. I'm going to get better. And they went. And then he ends up assaulting her even there and sexually assaults her even there. Now, you'll see a video from them of the Bahamas, the place that they stayed in on his island. And the video just conveniently leaves out the wardrobe in the bathroom where he committed the assault. He just goes around and makes it look like it's a one room, and his kids were there, and there's no way they could have done that. But you'll hear the testimony and you'll see the pictures. Then from then on, things really were bad for Amber, and she was really considering leaving here at this point. And she was talking to her friends and confiding in medical records. And in February 2016, I told you you'll see that video. That same night before the video, he called the IDA, so right and left in the voicemail message that he said was just absolutely delusional. It was crazy. He was pretending like he was the property management. It was just an insane call. And then the next day we have the picture of the video. Then we get to April 21st, 2016. Amber's 30th birthday party. She was going to turn 30 the next day. Pretty big event. Her friends had a tape that they put together of everybody giving you tributes. Johnny doesn't participate. They had a dinner and a party for her that night. Johnny says, I have a business meeting at 7 p.m. I'll be there after that. what kind of business meeting do you need to have at 7 p.m. in the okay, that's John, right? And you can't say that it was an important financial one because he fired his financial manager the month before when there's a work from Ben. And Brian Boone for all his financial problems, so he's the problem. So he shows up like drunk, drugs, and after everybody, and he's even drinking while he's there, and he's telling the other friends, and we hear from one of them, he's saying, hide the bottle from Amber, hide the bottle from Amber. When they all leave, she expresses her disappointment. He gets mad and assaults her again, including sexual assault. Then he goes away, and he doesn't come back for a month. Now, this is an important event, May 21, 2016. This is the last one, and this is the final straw that leads out to the DVTRO, the domestic violence temporary restraining order. So he says he's coming over to get some clothes, he's going to go out on tour. She says, okay. He comes over, and his mother died the day before, and he's already in the state. He's been drinking, he's early high. And he comes in and he's got on his mind this obsession that when she, on her birthday, go back to her birthday, the next day she and her friends went to Coachella, but his housekeeper had come in to clean after that, always did. And the housekeeper had found some feces on the bed and had been upset about it and taken a picture and sent it to him. So all of a sudden, a month later, he's got it in his head that Amber has conspired with her friends to defecate on the bed. It's human, not dog, even though they got 2 dogs and one of them has major problems. You'll hear about Baby Pistol. And somehow Amber was doing this so he would get back there and find it, even though he had no intention of coming back, and even though the housekeeper was there. And he won't lose it. He won't get rid of it. He's just obsessed with it. Then he decides that it's Io Kill It Right who did it, even though Io wasn't at the birthday party and wasn't even in town. So Amber gets Io on the phone. Io's in New York. And she says, this is what Johnny says. Can you please just calm me down? Tell him this isn't true. Tell him we didn't do it. We all know the conspiracy. And Io's thinking, what? And you'll hear from Io, he'll say, Amber's fecal phobia. I mean, she can't even, she's so embarrassed about that stuff. She would never conspire, never do anything like that to him. So they're kind of laughing at the absurdity of it, and that was the biggest mistake, because that triggered his anger. And then he started hitting Amber. He grabbed the cell phone from her, wound it up, and bashed it into her face. And you will see the picture, you will see the bruise there, and you'll see the form of it there. Now, I was very, very upset. He's worried because he knows about the December 15, 2015. He says, Amber, get out of there, you're safe, get out of there, as Johnny's storming around. And he calls Rocky, who lives next door. And then he calls 911. And it's not clear whether Amber said call 911 or he said call 911, but he calls 911. But he's in New York, and he's genuinely concerned for her safety. So he calls 911 there, and he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911 and just tell them this. So they get somebody there so we can get somebody fast. I don't know what's going on. So the police are called twice, essentially. And now, here's what happens next. Johnny goes around and he trashes the apartment before he leaves. He loves to do that. You're going to hear about his pension fund. Does it a lot. And you'll see a picture of him in the elevator afterwards leaving with his bodyguards. He's a little agitated there. And the police are called. You will see pictures of Amber with metadata on them, both before, during, and after the police officers are there. But what happens is Amber calls her attorney, the one she had consulted after the December 15th event. And the attorney says, if you press charges, they'll arrest him. And Amber says, I can't have that happen. I don't want his kids to know about this. I don't want the public to know. I can't have that happen. So when the police show up, she refuses to cooperate. She says, on the advice of my attorney, I'm not going to cooperate. But her friend, Rocky, whose fiance was there, Josh at this point, he takes them around and shows one of the police officers all the property damage put on the house as well. And the police officers say to him, look, she's got the red mark on the other. Just give us the money, we'll go get it. And he says, I can't, she won't let me. So they leave. Now here's what happens and creates all of the noise here that you're going to have to deal with. So the police officers don't make an incident report. They don't take a report. They don't document the property damage. They don't document the facial damage. Instead, they go out and they write on their cab, that's their little system in there, they write verbal dispute only, victim
Help
unquote.
me! Just
And that's
look
their
at
language for, we don't have to write a report. You'll see that the police officers have another one later, and another, and they put verbal dispute only, that's their magic language. Now, that's notwithstanding that you will see these pictures, but Amber wasn't cooperating with them, and they were quite convinced she wasn't going to. So as many domestic violence calls that they take, they're not gonna, this is one that they figure it's gone. Now, the other police officers come 2 hours later, they've cleaned up the place at this point, they don't know that these police officers are arriving, but when they do arrive, they try to discourage them even from coming in. John answers the door, says, no, the other way, that's the police officers were already here. And he said, and they say, no, but we just have to see them. They have body cams, by the way, so you'll see the body cams for this. So they go through and they do that, and one of the different things is you'll see on the cab that the 2 police officers sets are communicating with each other, and the first set says, I don't think she's gonna change her mind. And they know who the officers were the first time, because they say Officer Simons. You'll hear this, and you'll see it in their body cam footage. So they go through and it says, no, everything's fine, you can see on there, and they leave. Now, the reason this is so significant is what they have done with this.
If you wait like you, we're gonna wait all fucking year.
Their version of reality is that Amber calls the cops, then they don't see any injury, so they mess up the place, splash a little wine, and then call another set of cops. Does that sound like the situation here? No, and it's really important to look at the evidence and think about this. You'll hear from many, actually, I don't know how many of the police officers work for them, but we have, between 4 and 6 LAPD police officers and experts who will say those police officers, even when she declined to cooperate, should have taken the report. They should have documented it. That was police policy. So when faced with this big public, DVRO and all of the publicity over it, now they go back to the police officers and say, hey, wait a second, you didn't take the report, you said it was a verbal dispute only. Well, stop. If all of that was true, and they admitted it was true, then they violated policy by not doing a report, because they were supposed to take the report. So the police officers chose the other and said, no, there was no evidence. But you're gonna watch it, you're gonna see it in real time, you're gonna see it on the. So Amber goes to get the domestic violence TRO. You're going to see the letter that her lawyer wrote to Johnny Depp's lawyer that week, telling them that that's what she was going to do, but giving them opportunity here to be able to resolve it, to get a mediator, just make sure that she's safe, that she can stay in their residence until they figure things out, that she can drive her vehicle until they figure it out, some attorney fees, whatever. You're going to see the letter. So they knew, and it says right in there, she's going to go in on Friday. They chose not to go. They keep saying ex parte, but they chose not to appear, and they knew she was going to appear. Lionel didn't call TMZ, but somebody called TMZ to take all those photos that day. Now, you also heard them say that all kinds of people saw Amber that week, and she didn't have any bruises on her face. Well, let me show you this. This is what Amber carried in her purse for the entire relationship with Johnny Depp. She's an actor. Do you honestly think she would have left her apartment ever without makeup? Do you think that she ever would have wanted other people to see her bruises and her cuts? This was what she used. She became very adept at it. It was clear the testimony from Amber about how she had to mix the different colors for the different days of the bruises. As they developed in the different colors, how she would use these to touch those up to be able to cover those. She also used concealer, foundation. We heard from a makeup person that Amber didn't even leave her bedroom without having foundation on. And one of the people that was at the building testified. He said she had makeup on and it really covered that face. So that's the testimony on that. Now, let me talk about the divorce just for a moment. So they go through, they have the 2 months of trying to resolve the divorce. Ben already told you that they signed a joint statement in which Mr. Depp admits that she did not make any of these allegations falsely and not for financial gain. But they brought up the donations, so I want to talk to you about the donations for a minute. Now, here's the story. Amber didn't have a prenup. She didn't have a postnup. She was more than willing to do that. But as I told you, Mr. Depp fired the lawyers and said, only till death. That's the only way we're going to part is through death. We don't need a postnup. We don't need a prenup. That's done. It's true his advisors were all telling him, get one. And she said, I'll get one. And she hired a lawyer. But anyway, she didn't have a prenup. So what you're going to hear is that meant no matter what, whether it was abuse, adultery, irreconcilable differences, abandonment, doesn't matter. She's entitled to 50% of everything during that marriage. Well, he did Pirates 5, and he did 2 other movies during that time. And you'll see that he made $65 million during those 2 years. Half of that is 32.5. Amber didn't want that. You'll see a letter, you'll see an email from her lawyer that she forwarded on to her agent, who became Johnny's agent later, saying, I want you to sign this because you're entitled to a whole lot more than $7 million. And I don't want you to come basically, I don't want you to come back and sue me for
I'm not
that
gonna go
practice.
through a whole fucking roll of paper
That's what the
towel.
lawyer tells her. And then her lawyer says, I offered them even less than I demanded less than they offered. In other words, the $7 million was less than Mr. Depp's team was even offering to her. And she said, I just want to be left alone. I just want to get out of this marriage. I don't want to, I'm not doing this for financial gain. So she didn't take the money. So she said, I'm going to donate all $7 million of this to charity, half to the ACLU, half to Children's Hospital. And then what happened was, the first, and by the way, the $7 million was paid out over time. It's installment. It was over, you'll see the documents, but it's over a couple of years, right? So his business manager, Ed White, you'll see the letters, he sends the first 100,000 out of the $7 million to each of them and says, this is a pledge towards the $3.5 million that Amber's donating. And she'll be paying that in installments. So everybody knows she's paying it in installments. You're going to hear from now. You're going to see that was the admission at the beginning. You're going to hear from Children's Hospital and the ACLU that they assume this was a pledge paid over a period of time because that's what they do because of tax deductions and things of that nature. So Amber does she makes a $250,000 payment to Children's Hospital. Then she also makes a $250,000 payment to Art of Elysium, which is another charity that she worked for. And used to feed and used to do a lot of arts work in the Children's Hospital. She pays $350,000 to the ACLU. Now, in addition to that, she also was dating Elon Musk by this time. You'll find out that Mr. Depp is obsessed with Elon Musk. But she's dating him, so he gives $500,000 to both of those charities in her honor. Now, she doesn't claim that's part of the $7 million. But what happens is that she makes her payments out through 2018. Mr. Depp sues her March 1, 2019 in this litigation. She can't afford right now to be making those pledges. She's got to defend herself. But she has every intention of continuing to make those payments. She has been a lifelong person who has served charities. She used to volunteer at Children's Hospital 3 times a week. She's very much that kind of person, and she intends to. And both the ACLU and Children's Hospital will tell you they have no reason to believe she won't be good on her pledges. There's nothing that required her to do a certain amount at a certain time, and she will do it to them once she's able to afford it. Now, let me talk about content for a minute. And then I have to promise to let you go at some point, don't I? So Mr. Depp has decided, you heard from Ben, you're going to see some really terrible text messages on how he viewed her. He calls her some horrific names. But in the summer of 2016, he vows he's going to hunt her. He vows she's going to suffer global humiliation. He says he's going to live in her and she will never forget. Amen? So, in the summer of 2018, you heard his dad say he wants to clear his name and to call the wife. But an article, an op-ed appeared on the Sun Times in London. They called him the white beard. It was written by Dan Wharton, the CEO of the chief editor of the Sun at the time. And he is writing because Johnny Depp is being cast in Fantastic Beasts 3. And so the article is, why is J.K. Rowling genuinely
Give me the big piece there. You see this picture that tells you what letter this is? What is it? B. B is in boy, right? Yes. Start, oh man. Stop being start.
So you will hear testimony. Let me back up a little bit. So you have heard from Mr. Depp's team that they are going to claim that Amber Heard abused Johnny Depp. You also are hearing from them that he says that she cut off his finger. When you look at the text messages and you look at the emails, you will see that in every one of those, Mr. Depp said to Dr. Pickett, to David Heard, and his father, and to others, I cut off my finger. You will see that. He never, throughout the entire time he was married to Amber, ever claimed that she did. He never, ever, throughout the time he was married to Amber Heard, claimed that she cut off the finger. Only 2 years later does he, for the very first time, start claiming she abused him and start claiming that she cut off the finger. I'm going to ask you to look hard at the evidence in this case, because the evidence is going to show that it never, ever came out before. Now, let's talk about the counterclaim for a few minutes. There's a few statements here. Now, they've said, why are you suing Adam Waldman? You heard from Ben that Adam Waldman didn't come into Johnny Depp's life until October 2016. He wasn't there for any of their marriage. He doesn't have any personal knowledge of their marriage. Everything he does is based on Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp used Adam Waldman as his agent, and you will see a bunch of texts where he's saying, yeah, man, he's going after these people. He's doing all this stuff for me. He's suing my business manager. He's suing the lawyer. He's going after me. He's doing all this. He's also going to the press and making all kinds of statements about Amber Heard. And those statements are as follows. And if you can pull up first. The first one is Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media used fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, there isn't any sexual violence hoax. There isn't any hoax at all. But he's out there affirmatively stating that she's got this conspiracy with her friends and she's making these things up. And it's very, very damaging and harmful to her. The testimony will be that these Depp fans take and run with these things. And you're going to hear from an expert who talks about computer-wise when you search the hoax and you see that it just spreads out into the internet and the social media and generates a lot of negative publicity for Amber. Statement 2, please. This was made in April of 2020. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said various discrepancies proved that nothing Heard and her friends said about the events of May 21, 2016 could be considered credible. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told DailyMail.com. Officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, and got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Now, I've already told you all about the events of May 21, but you're also going to hear from the second set of officers. There's no way that Amber was trying with her friends to now get charges pressed against Johnny. They cleaned everything up. They didn't want him in there. The absolute opposite of what he says there. The third statement that he made. Depp's attorney Adam Waldman said, when Amanda Day Academy, that's a friend of Amber's, Amber Heard's best friend and Me Too activist, recants her support for Ms. Heard and testifies against her, you know we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Amanda Day Academy testified against her, but that's not the part that we're claiming is the defamation. It's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. In other words, in all of these articles, he say that she created an abuse hoax, and we're going to make those determinations of whether that's true or not. But what we're going to show you is that not only was tremendously damaging emotionally, and you're going to hear from an expert on domestic violence and intimate partner violence, IPV, about how those triggers happen. You have somebody who's gone through all of this, and she's trying to do it, and she's trying to get past this, and then bam, you come in there and you inflict this and put this out in the public, and everybody runs it. There's over 1 million, we're going to tell you about 1 million different searches on the Twitter from these different hits, how that impacts her emotionally every time somebody calls her a liar for what she went through and how hard she tried to protect Johnny Depp so that his children and the public never find out about that Johnny Depp. How much that is harmed her and how much emotionally it's impacted her and re-triggered. But we're also going to talk to you about the reputational damages for that. Amber made it through the divorce. And then she got cast in Aquaman. A few of you saw that. That was a blockbuster. It was the highest grossing movie in DC film's history ever, up to this point. It hit over $1 billion in a very short period of time. It was a mega hit. She was moving forward. Then she gets hit with these defamatory statements and all of the Depp followings and the computer and Twitter and everything else. Nobody wants to touch her. Well, and you're going to hear from an expert who's going to say, look at Jason Momoa, look at Gal Gadot, look at other people who started coming up in those tracks. She was Justice League and Aquaman. Look what they're getting. They're getting commercials, they're getting all kinds of different film opportunities. These are the things that she would have got. Nobody would touch her. She's a fraud. And we're going to ask you, as Ben said, to hold Mr. Depp responsible. Enough is enough. But we're also going to ask you to hold him responsible and try to fully and fairly compensate Andrew for what he has done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Butterhop. Based on the time, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to release you for lunch a little early so we can just start with the first witness when we get back from lunch. I think it's just a natural break. So if you want to go ahead and go with the deputy, just remember, don't talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll be back here. Let's get back at, I'll give you the lecture time to 1:45, okay? Just give you some extra time downstairs, okay? All right, thank you. You can deputy Lucy.
Yeah, we're gonna have to. But see, the plants are just getting redirty as I'm wiping it because the stuff's all the way back on.
Somebody have the motion to release for me. I don't think I've received those signed. Yours. Okay, first thing after lunch, I get them? Okay, all right, that's perfect. Anything else? All right, we'll be back at 1:45 then, thank you.
Where is it? It's hard doing that when you stress us out. Never had this problem with the bag.
Red, next time, find it what you call it. Just there. It's going from there. Yeah. Get down here. We can finish up those while I start working on this article. Probably all the stuff that, all the metal stuff. Oh, this is the thing that you feel. Okay. I got to be on the side. And it's my book that has instructions on how to use it. Well, we gotta put it together no matter what, so.
You think you're fucking with telling me or anybody around you that you just gave up?
Well, look at this. Look at C. You tell me which hole to do. See how it shows 2, 2, 2, 2. I don't see that.
That looks like me.
That's not D. That's D. He's a small one.
And it's C.
Yeah. That's the one we want.
But it's C is this one.
That's at the step 6. We're on step 1. No skip.
Turn it around!
Get out here. Start. Get it all that shit, whatever.
That's all.
And your and Q.
J,
You quote on Q.
R. Which ones are you looking for?
E. F. What they are is under E. F. I need 2K, 2H, and 2B. Okay.
That's me. Okay.
This has H, and video. Those are very- those are the main- K. K. EFK. Okay, so our squares with big circle. Killed. Yeah. So I can carry it all the way the fuck back down. That makes a lot of fucking sense. This is for down here. Why would I take it all the way the fuck upstairs to this bill? Born a yeah, for $100 some. $100 some. Hey, but it's $30. And okay. That's where this new office is supposed to be at, right? But here, M doesn't have that map. But O has that in that. Where's O? Where's the O? There's two O's. They should be published the same way. Right! Got, got,
An I, an S, an R, an K, an S, an R, an L, an I.
there's gotta be another one. Back it up. Both drawers have two sides to them. Where?
I told you all the ones that are on funding.
Where could it possibly be? There's nothing here. There's the front, there's the shoes,
I'm telling you, there, you have all the pieces.
and there's the two big ones.
There is no other thing.
Nothing else here.
That's enough.
No, that's not enough. It was done in step one, so wasn't it done? No.
Then I don't know where it is. Because I told you all the pieces I have here. There's an N, right here, an L, an I. Then these pieces are J and I, R and S, R and S. And these are two T's.
Hold on. Never mind. Now see. Oh.
And I took them. I thought you didn't want it. You were freaking here, there, and everywhere in your mind. Said I was done making the sandwich. You freaking did one. That's how much it's been now.
Wanted it, but we're at the same time, I was worried about the way you put meaning in what you did all this stuff. Your idea of meaning was to put meaning on a piece of bread. Here's a piece of bread. So the rest, so I get this little slider with meaning, and the rest of the same, and the rest of the sandwich. No, thank you.
That's it. No, my mom likes strawberries. Yeah. That's it.
You do it when you do it when you make toast too.
I want you to
the oasis.
By the time you get to it, you choke to death.
Only the lucky survive.
Come on, get in there.
Look at Wesley. He's like, what are you feel that? Oh, you're oh, they can actually bond in the camera.
The one in the front.
Hey,
Yeah.
and you're supposed to give me a fifth. They're always getting scared. That's why you had a heart. All of a sudden, I want her to, and he throws up like this. It would have been a bad dream.
No. Right here.
Oh, shit.
I was getting up and my wrist came up.
So that means you put on the field.
Hurt. It's only broke.
Yeah, but I didn't see your face was sticking up. I saw you there, I'm fucking on it, but then he was breathing, he wasn't speaking. I was like, tell you get it. See me when I do that shit, I'm like, yeah. No, I hold my fist up to my chest and that's it. Until the pain goes away. That's what we all do. Don't know something to the wall. You're the one carrying that. she has this is because she knows that if we drink her, so you'll fit. Oh, that's right, like,
Again, I should say something now. I mean, oh,
why will you? Stop it, I'm not starting this fight again. It's become tiresome at this point. No, I'm talking about him. Oh, no, you watch this all the time. Here, I'll give you 3 synopsis. Brendan Fraser wins. Then his boyfriend dies.
yeah, well, the last movie I watched, Snake Oil,
Oh,
good. Good. Robin, many like
with my man, Gary.
that was
And Gary, he played freaking Wesley from Princess Bride.
big.
Seriously, that's about that style. No, that's you. And on top of it, you look at the candle, and the Carrie version of the Christmas Carol. He was also the people doctor on the soul. Oh, no, West Virginia. You're not supposed to have somebody in your community. Not supposed to have a gun now. I do see it. It's because of the book.
Because England has gun violence, and they don't have sex.
They don't have gun violence up there.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They have the law over there is no gun.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. Criminals don't follow the law.
And then they get locked up in the Royal Tower.
No, they don't. Oh, no.
It's centuries.
Exactly.
They get thrown away, I know that.
They go to jail, they fucking deal, just like here.
You
And
don't
their,
bullshit.
their prosecutor does the same, their prosecution does the same thing here. Here, we'll give you a deal to make the case go quicker, to ensure that I put you in jail for a little bit. So instead of getting the 20 years you should get, you only get 10. But you're also going to get that time off for good behavior, so you're out in 6. So 6 years later, the criminal's back on the street, and guess what? He still doesn't obey the law. He's back guns again. Criminals are supposed to have guns here. They still have them. They're not supposed to have drugs. He's standing on the street.
Normal people.
They do it.
You don't understand. Over there, everyone cannot have a gun in their house. If they are found with a gun, they will be tried to the uptent of the law up there. We are more lax here than they are. What do you think why they're having trouble with Muslims?
Could you please stop yelling?
Two eyes. Shut up. 2 eyes in the gate. 2 eyes in the gate. 2 eyes in the gate. 2 eyes in the gate.
And I. There is no more eyes. Oh, yes. Right here.
Sure. build this wall here on the house. Then we're gonna build the roof. We're gonna build half, you know, half the thing, but then we're gonna build the roof tomorrow. And next week we're gonna build the floor.
Stop scratching your ass. He's itchy.
Okay. Are you?
You gotta eat. That's why it's today, when you said, oh, it's more white, I was looking like, that's me. Ow.
Yeah, you're what you're asking.
I'm doing something. No, you're not doing anything, no. You're
Go fucking cook something or do something. Then you hand me my game coke there.
Coke.
Yeah, I want you to turn on the air.
We would believe it though. We know you. You like the fucking air. You like the freezers that ass. All of the problems that was in the relationship. Nothing.
No, it's not. You like to hate guys for some reason.
Not even that.
See, this is what. See, this is what I say. He hates guys.
First I started saying, oh, it's me.
Mom, you got it.
I wonder why I have that problem.
Haircuts. Yeah, only one kid got a haircut. But
Yes, put it.
razor.
Do you have that in school? You could have used that to cut someone's throat. That is a weapon.
I'm just recording on Larry, so.
here.
Wanna sit outside? Wait, okay.
Yes.
Now we're listening. So, these right there. Small round one.
No.
I would say
Okay. Come help.
I don't care. I freaking throw. No, go for it.
no. That's what it works.
There.
Hold on. Trying to figure out what this is.
I like the. Yes, I know. Hey, Dr. Monkey. Yes, I told you something. This is it.
Yeah, that's key. Trying to figure out. How did I? What it said. I was trying- Oh, yeah. Okay, bring it over here. I need help. I'm not gonna stay by myself. No, hold on. Two. Okay, bring it over here and put it where I need to be able to see there so I can see in to make sure that the screws are going in the hole of the other one. But I don't need it so high that the screw doesn't reach down. No, it's not for me.
You need a number. There's some out matches in the wooden thing. Now, I would like to help.
We're gonna have to go get one then.
You're supposed to do it. It's in that thing.
I'm thinking,
I put them on the bottom part. So I don't lose them. You have like 15 of them.
ah! Broken rib, that's all I needed. You see that's gonna be off balance.
I didn't see it off balance.
Oh no, it's sticking out more on this side. So why would it?
Keep moving the damn thing. She did.
You're not even using the Allen side. That's a filter.
And it's working.
It works so well, that's why that one's still sticking out, buddy.
I can't get it in because you keep moving the damn board. There.
Oh.
Where you put the stick this on now?
You're the call for it. I'm doing exactly as you directed. The stick is right over the inside for places inside. No. Okay. One big one, one big one.
Beep, beep. Okay. Down to the- Anyone got a feedback?
fuck up. 5 fucking minutes. Damn.
Okay, we ready for the jury? Or do we have the motion and lemonades? Okay, if I could just get those, I'd appreciate it.
So we do have the order for Ms. Heard's motion to eliminate, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Depp's, Mr. Moniz, and I just agreed to it. I
Okay,
don't have it printed, but I can tell you, Your Honor, based on the representation you gave me, it is agreed.
okay,
And we will have it printed as soon as I can, but we're not gonna obviously hold up court with that.
that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. All right, are we ready for the jury? Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your first witness. Kristen Zambrowski. All right, Kristen Zambrowski. Is she outside? Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in the penalty of law?
You have to verbally answer, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Dombrowski. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Alisa Christine Dombrowski.
Ms. Dombrowski, what relationship, if any, do you have with Johnny Depp?
He's my younger brother,
How much older are you than Johnny?
2.5 years.
Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to ask you a few questions about your and Johnny's childhood. Where did you all grow up?
We were born in Kentucky and we moved to Florida when we were kids.
Who lived in your household, you and Johnny?
Our mom, our dad, we have an older brother and older sister, and Johnny and I.
Who was the youngest child in your family?
Johnny.
Would you please tell the jurors what your relationship with Johnny was like when you were growing up?
Johnny and I were very close. With having an older brother and older sister, we were the two younger ones, so we were really close, and we basically were together all the time. We played together. We played Hot Wheels. We, played Batman and Robin, or we each had a role in that. And he's probably going to be embarrassed at saying any of this, but we practiced, karate kicks with each other and chopping. We were just friends. We were like best friends.
What was Johnny like as a young boy?
Objection on the floor. You need a coach.
As I was saying, Ms. Dombrowski, what was Johnny like as a little boy?
He was a shy, sweet little boy. He had a very caring personality, but also he was a little bit of a clown. He loved to, play tricks on us or try to scare us. He was a very typical happy little boy.
Your Honor, I'm going exactly where I said I was going.
All right, I'll stay the last part of her answer.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Dombrowski, how would you describe your parents' relationship?
That was complicated.
Would you please explain to the jury what you mean when you say your parents' relationship was complicated?
Our parents they had two completely different personalities, and where our father was also a very kind, patient, loving, gentle man. And our mom was the opposite. She was very high-strung, very nervous, anxiety, angry. So they were completely opposite people.
What was your mother's first name?
Betty,
Did your mother, Betty, ever get angry with your father?
yes,
How would your mother express her anger toward your father?
Mom would, she would scream, she would yell at him, and she would hit him, call him names, that kind of thing.
Did your father ever hit your mother back?
No, Dad never reacted when Mom would hit him or scream at him.
If he didn't hit her back, how, if at all, did he react?
Basically, he would let her scream and get it out or hit and be done. And the way that you dealt with my mom, the way that he dealt with my mom was he always tried to keep the peace, so he never wanted to, he didn't want to engage in anything, so he was very, he would step back, and whatever it was that she was angry about, he would try to go ahead and make sure that he took care of whatever she was insisting that he did.
Is it fair to say he did what she wanted?
Yes, it's very fair to say he did.
What, if anything, did you and Johnny do while your mother was hitting or attacking your father?
We would leave the area. We would run and hide. We would go to our room, either we would go to our room together or, depending on where we lived, if our room was close, we would sort of run off and get away from it.
How did your mother treat you and your brothers and sisters?
Well, there's a similarity, in how she treated Dad. Again, she was very anxious, high-strung. She screamed, she yelled, she hit, she threw things. She called us names. We each had our own little special set of names. Some we wouldn't repeat, but, so she gave each one of us a name. My name, for example, was Violet, which to some people, it wouldn't seem like it's anything, but Violet was my father's mother, and my mom hated my father's mother. So that was my special name. One.
Did your mother have any special names for Johnny?
Yes, she did. She had a few, again, some did not repeat. Her favorite, I think, was, she called him One Eye. And she called him that because when he was young, the doctors thought he had a lazy eye, so they would put a patch on his good eye so that they would strengthen the other eye. So she used that as, a way to find a new fun name for him.
How did Johnny respond when your mother would call him One Eye?
He didn't respond in any negative way. Those names they were just a way of life. We got used to them. We accepted all of it.
Putting aside the names, did your mother ever get angry with you?
Yes.
Did your mother ever get physical with you?
Yes, she did, but I was also very quiet, very shy, and I learned early on to stay back. So I was more in the background because I would constantly sort of stay in the background to stay away from trouble.
Ms. Dombrowski, when your mother did get physical with you, what forms did that take?
She would hit us. She would throw things. She would have us go pick a switch, off of a tree, so that would be what she could hit us with, and make sure that we got one that was nice and green. So
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Why did it have to be nice and green?
Well, if it wasn't a nice green twig, it would snap. Those didn't break. If you got a dry one, they snap. They don't work the same.
Did your mother ever get angry at Johnny?
Yes.
Did you ever observe your mother hitting Johnny?
Yes.
How, if at all, did Johnny react when his mother would hit him?
He was a typical little boy where he got hurt, he would cry. And that was it. I mean, for the most part, he just wanted to get away from it.
Did Johnny ever hit his mother back?
No.
What about when he got to be an older boy? Did he ever resist or hit her back?
No. No. When he was older, even if she hit or threw things, he never went to that place. He would get away. He would, leave the area and go to his room.
Ms. Dombrowski, did there come a time when you left the family household?
Yes.
When did you leave the household?
I left when I was 17. I was pregnant and got married and moved out into my own place.
How did it feel when you left the family to go out and go to your own place?
I think there's a bittersweetness to it. I was really young. I had just turned 17. But I was so looking forward to this new life that I could create that was different from what we had at home. And so it was a part of me that was really happy to be able to do this, really excited. And there was another part that was sad because I left behind my little brother and my dad.
If you could explain that a bit, how did, if at all, did your experience with your mother affect your ideas about what you intended to do with your own family?
Really early on, as a young child, none of what was happening in our home felt good. And so as I got older, both Johnny and I actually, we decided that once we left, once we had our own home, that we were never going to repeat ever anything similar in any way to our childhood. We were gonna do it different.
So Johnny felt the same way.
Absolutely.
When you left the home to start your own family, who among the original 4 children were left at home with your mother?
John,
Did there come a time when your parents separated?
yes,
Would you please tell the jury what happened?
there was our father one morning decided to pack up everything and leave early in the morning. We didn't know it at the time. I don't think, but I didn't think I was at work. And then I got a call from my mom in the afternoon, right after she got off work. She called me and I could, it was hard to understand her voice. She sounded faint and kind of groggy. But she kept saying, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone. And I was trying to get out of her, was it Dad? And she said, yes, it's your daddy. And I said, Mom, are you okay? What's going on? Did you take your pills that she took, what she called nerve pills? And she said she had. I asked how many. She couldn't tell me how many she took, but I knew she was getting dementia on the phone, and it was more clear to me that she was not in a good way. So I called our friend, our parents' friend, actually, who was a police officer, and told him that he needed to get to Mom and what was going on, and so he got an ambulance to go over there to him.
And this was after your father left?
Yes, this is the day.
Ms. Dabrowski, do you know why your father left?
I know at the time, because I did try to speak to him after, because Mom continued to not do well. At the time, he said that they had the last argument that he felt that they could ever have. He felt he needed to leave home this time. And to be honest, I didn't really understand. It had been so many years that he had been taking all of this, all of her personality. And I didn't really understand exactly fully what that last argument was, why it was so intense. We did learn many years later in our adult life that what he was referring to when he said he needed.
I guess the objection's hearsay.
Your Honor, again, I think it's not offered for the proof. It's offered for the abuse and the culture in which.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did your mother recover after she took the pills?
Yes. She continued to not be well, but she.
And after that time, did she ever take more pills than she should have?
She did, but she didn't do it to the degree that she had at that point.
And going back to the incident that you described, do you know where Johnny was at the time your mother took those pills?
Johnny was home.
Did there come a time? Oh, excuse me.
I'm sorry. I think he was sleeping at the time. I think he woke up when Mom came out when the ambulance came.
So he saw all of that. Did he see that? She said she testified he was in the home.
He was in the home, but was she in the home? I guess, how did she know? So I'll sustain to the foundation.
Thank you. Did there come a time when Johnny left his mother's house?
Yes.
And after Johnny, what did Johnny do when he left the house?
All right, I'll sustain his foundation, we'll lay a foundation.
Were you in communication with your brother at the time?
Yes. He came and lived with me for part of the time.
So I think that, so what did your brother do after he left your mother's house?
He lived in different places. He lived with me and he lived with another family.
Did you and Johnny continue to communicate with your mother Betty after you both left the home?
Yes. Yes, we did.
And after what you have described, why did you and Johnny continue to communicate with your mother? I think she's already laid the foundation. They're very close. She was in communication.
I'll sustain the objection for this particular question.
Why did you continue to communicate with your mother? Because she was our mom and we loved her. We knew, even when we were younger, that things weren't, they didn't feel right, but what we understood was that, mom had her own upbringing, so she had her own past, and the way she was raised would affect the way she lived. And so she, in our minds, she was doing the best she could do. We sort of treated it like she did the best that she could do with the tools that she was given, from her life in the past. And what we decided to do was we just decided to get new tools. We chose different tools from that.
And when you say we, to whom are you referring?
I'm referring to John.
I'll rule that objection. Next question.
Thank you, Emma. Did you ever live with your mother again after you and Johnny had left the house?
I did live with her briefly. She had gotten diagnosed with asthma when we lived in Florida, and she needed to move to a drier climate. So Johnny moved her to California, to Palm Springs for the drier weather. And I moved also so that she wouldn't be alone. So I lived with her for a period of time.
If you could just please elaborate on what role, if any, Johnny played in your mother's move to Palm Springs.
He was the only reason the move could happen. He purchased her a home and paid to have everything moved out there.
Did there come a time when your mother ever left Palm Springs?
She moved from Palm Springs to be a bit closer to where Johnny and I lived in the LA area. She lived there for a bit, and then ultimately she went back to Kentucky. Her siblings were still there, and a couple of them weren't doing well, so she wanted to be closer to them while she could.
And after she moved back to Kentucky from Palm Springs, did there come a time when your mother became chronically ill?
Yes.
When was that?
2011.
Would you please describe briefly what her health condition was as of 2011?
Well, in 2011, she was living in Kentucky, and we received a call that she had been diagnosed with the final stages of Parkinson's. But then when another doctor looked at her scans, they looked at something different. So we had the scans brought to a doctor in California. And they suggested that she come out and see a neurologist right away. So Johnny got a plane, a private plane, and he and I flew to go pick her up and bring her back to California to start seeing the doctors.
And when she moved back in 2011 to California, was that a permanent move?
It became basically a permanent move. She still had her house in Kentucky in the hopes of her being able to go back and forth. But her health basically kept her in California, so she moved here. were there.
And by that time, 2011, when she's moved out to Los Angeles, had her treatment of you and Johnny changed in any way?
Yes, mom softened as she aged. She totally softened.
And once your mother moved to Los Angeles permanently in 2011, what role, if any, did your brother Johnny play in her caretaking?
All right, I'll just say it as a foundation.
To what extent, if any, did your brother play any role in her caretaking?
I think that's still a foundation objection.
Do you have knowledge of whether your brother had any role in her caretaking?
Yes.
Would you please explain to the jury, because I think Her Honor needs to hear whether there's a foundation.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, when we brought Mom out, over time, she had multiple other illnesses that came up, and Johnny he dealt directly with the doctors like we did. Hired private nurses so that we could make sure that Mom was taken care of. Basically, Johnny was he took all financial responsibility for anything and everything Mom could need or want during this time. All medical care, doctors, hospitals, nurses.
How do you know that?
I was directly involved.
Is it fair to say you saw Johnny do those things and have those interactions?
Yes, I was there. I was directly involved.
Did you witness your brother having any interactions with the doctors relating to your mother's care?
Yes.
How often, if at all, did your brother visit your mother, Betty, after she came to live in Los Angeles in 2011? Were you ever present with your brother and your mother when you all were visiting?
Yes. Mom lived in a house that was basically across the street from Johnny's. It was a house that he has on his street, and I was there, quite a bit. Johnny was pretty much down there every day, a couple times a day. Mom, she would see them all the time. One of her favorite things was watching Johnny take the kids to school and waving at them, because she never got to do that before. So.
Who were your brother's kids?
Oh, Lily Rose and Jack.
We'll get to that in a little bit. Did there come a time when the family was considering putting your mother in a hospice?
There was, there were conversations with the doctors that we should start to consider that, since we weren't 100% sure with the variety of conditions that she had, what we needed to do. The idea of hospice was something that felt like, since we didn't know a time frame, the idea of introducing new nurses or something, at a certain point in someone's life where they recognize there's a difference, and that could be frightening for them. So we didn't want to instill any fear. Johnny's big on Mom not having fear. So instead, that's when we hired nurses, so that the nurses could be there 24/7. And she would have people continuously throughout her life that she knew that they were friendly and cared for.
Did you actually have a conversation with your brother about the possibility of your mother going into hospice?
Yes.
Did he express an opinion about it?
Yes. Well, this is where it all comes from, because the idea of hospice, which is an amazing thing, but for someone who, when you don't know, with the variety of illnesses, you don't know what a timing is. The idea of introducing it, new people, is something that becomes almost a signal, and discussion. This is why the nurses were hired.
Was this just one discussion or was it a series of discussions? I'm not asking for hearsay, I'm just asking about whether it was discussed once or a number.
I'll overrule objection.
Was this just one discussion or were there more discussions among you and your brother about how to best care for your mother?
We had continuous discussions. As a matter of fact, I mean, there were daily updates. He knew every day, everything that was happening with Mom. Whether he was in town, out of town because he was working or traveling, I made sure, because it's hard when you know that someone wants to be there, and they can't. So I made sure to fill him in on everything.
It's not offer the truth of it.
I'll overrule objection. Go ahead.
Did you ever see Johnny's children, Jack and Lily Rose, over at your mother's house across the street from Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Mr. Brusky, I'd like to change subjects right now, if that's all right, and ask you to please tell us a little bit about your work life. Did there come a time when you worked in the entertainment industry?
Yes. I started working when we moved from Florida to Palm Springs. This is why I lived for a short period with my mom. I got a job at one of the studios in Los Angeles.
Which studio was that?
It was Columbia Pictures. My title was I was an executive assistant to the executive vice president of comedy development.
And what were your job responsibilities when you started there?
I handled my executives' daily schedule, meetings, budgets, scripts, phone calls, and then in addition to that, we had there were 4 other executives, and they had assistants. So my desk was also to oversee those assistants, and when we had writers come in, I oversaw those assistants as well.
Sounds like a big job.
It was a good job.
How long did you work at Columbia Pictures Television in that role?
I think it was about a year and a half.
Why did you leave after a year and a half?
Columbia itself started folding different departments, and our comedy development being one of them. And so some of the employees that worked there went to work for Sony or TriStar, other sort of arms of the corporation. And I was the last one there, sort of wrapping up the department to go on to my next job.
So after you wrapped up the transition, the closing up of the department, what did you do in terms of your work life?
I went to work with my brother.
In what capacity? When you say your brother, to whom are you referring?
Yeah, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, when you say your brother, to whom are you specifically referring?
I went to work with my brother, John.
What type of things did you do for your brother, John?
Similar things to what I was doing with the other boss that I worked for before, but with Johnny, I was helping him anyway as a sister, bits and pieces before I started working with him. So there were things like travel and meetings, setting meetings, making sure he had his scripts that were coming in, and he knew all the information about them. And any kind of publicity stuff that you had to do, because I really started to do this job with him because there was one time that I had gone to his house and I was helping him get ready to go on a trip, and his ticket, I read it out loud and it said standby, and I said, "Why are you on standby?" He had no one looking out for that kind of stuff, so I did all of that.
How, if at all, did your work for your brother change over time?
Well, over time, it sort of grew. Well, not sort of, it did grow. His agent, I worked sort of hand in hand with his agent, and you know, as she got to know me more and I got to know her more, there were other parts of her job actually that she would give to me. So, you know, instead of just doing scheduling meetings and calendars and travel, now I've become a person who's talking to producers or, you know, as it expands, you know, all the executives at the studios and the studio heads and become a part of contract negotiation, et cetera, just grew.
What role, if any, did you play in dealing with Johnny's movie contracts?
Movie contracts, because I know the history and because there's a certain amount of parts of life that are important, you know, to a human being, not just to an actor, but to a human being. And I know the human being. I was part of mostly negotiating parts like there's an area called perks, and perks means anything and everything that an actor would need in order to perform his duties, and in order to, you know, to also move right to the location to do the duties. So I was part of all important dates that, you know, needed to be considered in a calendar, making sure the house was what he needed to have for the family, the travel to get there, making sure he had his staff, drivers, security, pretty much anything necessary was in there.
Ms. Dombrowski, can you give the jury some examples of some of the things you put on the first list?
Sure. It was really important, you know, as Johnny had a family, it was really important to be able to make sure that we were given the opportunity to find the right accommodations and the accommodations for the children, you know, a house that, you know, could, give them a home away from home or the garden, all the travel to make sure that they all get there. There were really important dates that we carved out in every contract. For Johnny's kids, for their birthday, he never wanted to miss their birthday, so if he wasn't able to be with them because of filming, it was built into the contract that he had their birthday off, and he would have the day before and the day after, so he'd be able to travel to get to them and then get back to working. So in addition to that, I mean, there's quite a bit. We also had it built in that if he was to be away from his kids filming, if the kids couldn't travel, or the family couldn't travel to be there, we had in his contract that he would be able to fly back to them from wherever he is every 2 weeks. So he didn't go beyond every 2 weeks not seeing his children. You know, it's that kind of stuff that, you know, is important.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you know what a personal manager is in the context of the entertainment world?
I do.
What is it, if you could explain it to the jury, because I just learned it myself.
Well, I believe it's basically what a lot of what I was doing. They work with their clients on maintaining different items in their personal life, as well as you know, projects coming in, production, all of the representatives. It's sort of a big scope of duties.
Has anyone ever referred to you as Johnny's personal manager?
I have been called that before, yes.
Do you perform the responsibilities of being Johnny's personal manager?
I did.
Do you still work with Johnny?
Yes.
Do you also work with any of Johnny's companies? Or strike that. Does your brother have any companies associated with him?
He has a production company called Infinite Nile.
What type of company is Infinite Nile?
It's a production company. We develop, you know, projects for films or television and, you know, different things.
And putting aside your responsibilities as your brother's personal managers, what role, if any, do you play in Infinitum Nile?
I'm president of the
When did you start working at Infinitum Nile?
from the beginning, in 2004. I think we started in July 2004.
And would you please explain to the jury some of your responsibilities as president of Infinitum Nile?
My duties as president were I oversaw everything within the company, the staff where we were developing projects, where, maybe there's a book that people want to develop into a film or a TV show or different ideas. So I oversaw that, all of the development, their schedules of meetings with different people to take those projects out, to pitch. There's so many tasks to that job. I don't know how to.
Mr. Borowski, when did the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie come out?
I think it was 2003. I think.
What was your brother's role in Pirates?
He was Captain Jack Sparrow.
Fair to say that was the lead?
That was the lead.
How did the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie fare at the box office?
It did very well. I think it surprised people and did very well. People really, they loved, they loved the entertainment of it, the total ride.
Did the success of Pirates 1 change Johnny's career in any way?
I would have to say yes. The success of Pirates 1, it became, Johnny, with that role and other studios and everybody seeing the success of that film and how the audiences reacted to that character, there was a whole lot more people wanting to be in business with him.
And did the success of Pirates 1 change his personal life in any way? Or his day-to-day life?
It did. Because where prior to that, he was able to go out somewhat, he could, go to different stores, go to bookstores, go to restaurants. When Pirates 1 came out, after that, he was much more recognizable now. So many people loved that character, and so he was much more recognizable. So it became harder for him to go out in public without having a lot of people come around that, rightfully so, wanted to meet him. And but then it also became really big, and so we had even people that were chasing in cars. So we had to, at that point, we had to get security team to kind of come in and help us manage how this all works.
Who was Jerry Judge?
Jerry Judge was basically Johnny's head security.
When did Jerry Judge start coming to work with your brother?
Well, we started working with Jerry Judge back in the 90s. Because Jerry had his own security company in London. And when we would go over there for press or premieres or whatever, Jerry was the one, that set everything up. And we became really close with them back then. And as things grew with Pirates, we brought him over more and more, for some of the items that we had, some of the work that he added, if there was a show or whatever. And we brought him on, and then he started just working basically on every film with us after Pirates, probably right around that time.
How long did Jerry Judge work with you and John?
Well, again, we met him in the 90s, so around Pirates is about 2003. And Jerry was with us up until we lost him.
When did you lose him?
We lost him a couple years ago to cancer.
What was Jerry's relationship like with John?
Um,
Did you ever see Jerry Judge interact with your brother?
Sustain the objection. That's the next question. That's fine.
Thank you. What, if any, observations were there any times when you saw your brother interact with Jerry Judge?
I saw the two of them interact quite a lot. And they loved each other. They were like, you know, Jerry thought of him as his son, and sometimes as a brother. They really did love each other, and so much respect both ways.
I don't think there's any basis to strike that. I think it was most responsive.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Ron. And I wanted to touch on something you mentioned a few moments ago when you were referring to Mr. Duck's children. I believe you said it was daughter Lily Rose and son Jack. Who is the mother of Johnny's children?
Vanessa.
Did Johnny and Vanessa Paradis ever live together as a couple?
Yes.
How long did Johnny and Vanessa Paradis live together as a couple?
I think they were together 14 years.
And did their children live with them during the 14 years?
Yes.
How much time would you say you spent with Johnny, Vanessa, Lily Rose, and Jack?
When they were in Los Angeles, I would say I saw them all daily. Our office, where we work, our office it was only 10 minutes from their house, so I would make trips back and forth, or every day afterward, I would go straight to the house. So I saw them daily.
Would you please explain to the jury what it was like spending time with Johnny and his family?
It was great. It was great. It was a normal, happy family, you know. You go there and the kids are playing and, you know, making dinner, everybody having dinner, cleaning up together, sitting around, laughing. It was great.
Did you have occasion to see your brother interact with his children?
Yes. Yes, I did.
What did you observe? What can you tell the jury about what you observed? I'm proud to say, he's one of the most devoted fathers I think that I've ever seen. Like everything in life was about the children, but when he was with the kids, like the attention that he would give them, you know, it was just constant, playing with them, listening to them, you know, laughing with them, reading to them, Barbies, I mean, you name it, he was there. Did you ever observe Johnny treating his children the way you saw his mother treat him when he was young?
No.
Have you ever seen Johnny hit either of his children?
No.
Have you ever heard your brother raise his voice at his children?
No.
You may have touched on it earlier, and so I apologize. How, if at all, did Johnny communicate with his children when he was shooting the film? Were you with
Sustain the objection.
Understood. Did you have occasion to observe? Were you ever with your brother when he was shooting the film?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to observe your brother communicating with his children while you both were there on set?
Yes. Yes.
So with that, please go ahead.
All right, if you could just show counsel what you're approaching with. I think he's just getting copies, Mr. So super moving. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Ms. Dombrowski, do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes,
And just a couple months ago, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And you remember before you started that deposition being under oath, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you swore to tell the truth?
Yeah.
And you were asked questions by counsel from Ms. Heard, and you gave answers, right?
Yes.
Could you please take a look at page 19 of that deposition, transcript in front of you? And do you see on page 19, line 8 through 10, you were asked a question, do you have any other sources of income other than from infinitum nihil? And you answered no, job-wise, no.
Right.
Did you see that?
I do.
And was that testimony correct?
Yes. But it's the same as what I said today.
Now, you have a huge financial interest in your brother's career, right? The money that infinitum nihil makes comes from money that Mr. Depp makes, correct?
It hasn't always historically known.
What else does it come from?
We've had deals with other entities, companies.
And for the most part, the better your brother does in his career, the more money infinitum nihil makes, correct?
I don't think it's exactly like that, no.
And you have your brother has done projects that infinitum nihil has been the production company for, correct?
Yes,
And you have a financial interest in that company, correct?
I'm an employee.
Are you employed by his other companies as well?
I'm employed by Infinitum Nihil.
Are you employed by the other companies that your brother has?
No,
Where do you receive your paycheck from? Infinitum Nihil?
Infinitum Nihil.
And you have a financial interest in how Infinitum Nihil performs financially, correct?
I have a salary that I get, so that's not a financial interest. That's a piece of the pie. No,
You wouldn't consider salary financial interest. Is that your
I consider it a salary, yes, but it sounds like you're asking something different. I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah. So the bottom line is you draw a salary from Infinitum Nihil,
Yes,
and that's your brother's production company, correct?
yes,
Now, you feel protective of your younger brother, always have, right?
yes.
And you testified earlier today about Mr. Depp's reactions to some of your mother's anger growing up.
Mhm.
How old was Mr. Depp during the periods you were talking about? Like when he was a kid? Is that basically what you were talking about?
The reactions to mom's anger began as when we were children, and we've had the same reaction always, was to leave.
Right, and when you were testifying earlier about Mr. Depp's reaction being to leave, you were referring to when he was, before you left the house, when he was a kid, right?
Yes, but we left the house not too far apart from each other, but yes.
When Mr. Depp would leave as a child during the times when your mother was angry at him, was he addicted to drugs back then?
No,
Was he addicted to alcohol?
no.
You testified a little bit about Mr. Depp's former partner, Vanessa Paradis. You were friends with Vanessa, right?
It was a family, so.
Right. You considered her family,
Yeah,
Right.
she was part of the family, yes.
right? And you were friendly with her?
Yes,
You liked her?
Yes.
You were happy that your brother was with her?
I was happy that my brother was happy.
And you didn't want to see him split up from Vanessa, did you?
You know what, I wanted both of them to be happy. It didn't matter to me if they split up or not.
You were devastated when they split up, weren't you?
I don't think I was devastated.
Were you happy about it?
No, I wanted my family to be okay.
What were your emotions when you learned that your brother was splitting from Vanessa?
If I had to say, I was probably, a little sad for both of them. Beyond that, I don't really recall big emotions.
I mean, you were sad because you were losing her as part of what you just testified as your family, right?
No,
You weren't sad about that?
no,
Now, on May 21st, 2016, you were asking questions about that, and I know your mother's passing must have been very tough, so I'm not going to ask specific questions about that. I'm going to ask questions about the next day just to make sure that I had your testimony right. Can you remind me, you said you saw your brother the morning of May 21st?
I stopped by there at some point in the daytime, in the early part of the day.
Approximately what time?
I honestly don't.
Was it before lunch?
I don't remember the time. It was just daytime.
It was daytime. And you testified that when you stopped by there for the first time that day that you were upset because it seemed like he and Amber had been fighting. Is that what you said?
I said that they had been arguing. And I said that I didn't love that they were arguing on. It was a horrible day to argue on.
And that was, your testimony was that you were upset that they had been arguing when you stopped by that during the daytime, right? But you have no understanding of any of Amber or Mr. Depp's communications leading up to May 21st, correct?
I don't know how well that.
Okay. But your testimony is that when you stopped by during the daytime on May 21st, that they had been fighting and that made you upset. Is that right? I'm just trying to understand what you testified to.
It's not that it made me upset. I found it upsetting.
Did you ever become aware that they hadn't actually seen each other or communicated at all before he came over at 8 p.m. on May 21st? She's testified that she said that they were fighting earlier in the day. I'm asking if she ever became aware that they hadn't actually seen each other talk about it.
I'll call the questions.
Okay. I'll ask it again. Did you ever become aware that Amber and Mr. Depp hadn't seen each other or talked that day before he came to the Eastern Columbia building the evening of May 21st?
No, I just know that what I understood was that they had a fight, but it was over the phone. They were arguing.
Now, when your mother was in the last days of her life in the hospital, Amber visited her, right?
Amber did come one time by herself, if that's what you're referring to. She did come one time. Shortly before Johnny was also coming.
And she visited her actually more than one time, correct?
I don't recall her visiting on her own more than one time, no. I remember her coming one time because I didn't know she was coming. And Johnny was actually also coming. So they ended up there together.
I guess I'm a little confused because you just testified that she only visited one time.
Alone. This is what I'm saying. I only remember the one time alone, where she showed up alone. I only remember one time. And Johnny came shortly after she was there.
And other times she visited with Johnny or other people, is that right?
She visited with Johnny sometimes.
During the time that Amber and Johnny were together, you became aware that he was using drugs and alcohol excessively, correct? Your Honor, she's testified to what she observed during their relationship. I think it's within the scope.
No, I'll overrule the objection. You can answer the question. Just want to ask the question.
I do, yeah.
Okay.
During the time that Amber and Johnny were dating, did you become aware that he was using drugs or alcohol excessively?
I became aware that he had been drinking, and during the time they were dating, I became aware of, at one point, a certain medication, yes.
And you formed the opinion that not only had he been drinking, but he was drinking excessively, correct?
I don't know that I formed excessively, but he was drinking.
You became aware that he was using booze, right?
I knew he was drinking.
And you knew he was using cocaine, right?
I never saw him do that, so
You became aware that he was using cocaine, correct?
I never saw him use anything like that. I became aware of people saying it.
And you became so concerned about that you told your brother to stop using cocaine, correct?
I don't know that I remember telling him to stop using cocaine. I think I might have told him anything that he was doing, he should stop doing.
Can you pull out exhibit 214, please? Your Honor, I'll obviously need permission before it's.
I'm not like you. I don't get it.
Just wanted to make sure.
Bullshit, Daryl. Why don't you?
Touch it, I'll fucking break your neck. You don't break, just like you broke the last goddamn one.
No, I did not. I can put it together.
You hammered the fucking thing through the fucking board. You made a hole in it.
I put my fucking bookshelf together, and I also put the fucking little dresser together.
Just leave it the fuck alone. Don't leave it alone. I'm just gonna take it out to the doctor and
Just
throw
trying
it
to figure
out.
out how to rotate this, Your Honor.
If it's coming from her computer screen, you have to rotate it in there.
I figured.
All this is doing is mirroring whatever was on the computer screen. It's not that we done.
That was not leaving down.
Sorry for the delay, Your
I
Honor.
had something to find you.
Daryl, it's never gonna get done, because you're gonna be too lazy to fucking do it later. Because your back is always gonna hurt. Because you're gonna end up falling asleep in front of that TV.
I'm plugging it back in just to see. To the system.
I know you.
You know, I'm moving out. I'm done.
Because
I'm calling my Bob tonight.
you don't wanna do this.
Say
That's
no
why.
to move out there.
Because you don't wanna do this. Then you should have never started on it.
All right, I think we
Turned off and on, it works and everything.
have. That's right. That's the
We
secret.
cannot have this all over the floor. Daryl,
Ms. Dombrowski, I'd like to direct your attention to the four texts in the middle of the page.
You don't want to do it, period.
If you look in the front column, there's a name that says Christy Dombrowski and it has a number. Is that your number?
Yes,
And are those texts from you to your brother, Johnny Depp?
yes,
And those texts were sent on or about February 5th, 2014.
yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 214.
Any objection to 214?
Can I just say something?
No, just wait, ma'am, just wait for a
I'm
question. Yes, sure.
I don't want it all out. If you really don't want to do it.
I don't want to get the lizard in the first goddamn place. You do. Why don't I want to get? Oh, because I'm the one that's going to have to clean up and take care of it. You won't do shit.
I'm throwing it all out.
Good.
Because you don't want to get off your ass.
This coming from the fattest ass around.
I'm here wanting to do it. And you're not. You think you're gonna, because you want to be on that tablet more. You'd rather be on that than fucking do this and get it done.
Guess what? After that, you don't have to worry about ever getting on the fucking game systems or anything upstairs because I'm changing the password to that there. You never came on the fucking internet.
And then you get out.
Nope. Because see, that belongs to me. So get your own fucking Wi-Fi system. That one's mine.
And I will buy with fucking Blu-ray.
Blu-ray doesn't have a Wi-Fi.
Yes, they do. They have their own router. Yes, they do.
They have a, no, they don't have a router. They have a modem.
You can get a router from them. Because why would they sell fucking Wi-Fi when you...
They don't sell Wi-Fi.
Yes,
They sell internet.
Then why they have the home Wi thing, Daryl? Home Wi is Blu-ray. God. Get off your ass and do something. You just want to sit on your ass until Cindy comes back. This is why I do what we're doing.
I wanted to take a break.
You took about an hour.
Hey, you take your whole goddamn life. When are you gonna do laundry?
Do
When?
something.
It's been a month already.
I'm not having this mess for tomorrow.
Hell, you haven't even gotten off your fat ass and put some money on the laundry card.
Why don't you fucking get up? I'm not having this in my fucking living room like this. And then have my fucking complaint. Now, we need this done before they come home so she can help out. Why are you being such a hard ass? Get up, Daryl!
All right, so you're moving in 214, we'll receive it redacted,
Yes, Your Honor.
correct? Okay. Over objection, that's fine. And you wanted to publish just the redacted parts, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That's fine. Right now, you just have the dates up. Is that what you want to start with?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. You can publish
Thank
that to Jerry. Okay.
Ms. Zabrowski, I just, because we can only show part of this page, do you see that these, you just testified these were text messages between you and Mr. Depp, right? And do you see that these text messages were sent on February 5th, 2014?
Yes.
The bottom three? And those bottom three, you just looked at when we saw the whole page, and I know it's a little cumbersome for the jury not seeing that, but you testified that the bottom three were text messages from you to your brother, right?
Yes.
I think you scroll to the right. Please. That's good, thank you. So on February 5th, 2014, you sent 3 texts to your brother. You sent one that said, stop drinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said one that said, stop coke, right?
Yes.
So I assume you weren't talking about the soft drink, right?
It doesn't appear to be.
You were talking about cocaine, correct?
I don't know what these are in reference to, so I remember they brought this up at my deposition, and these are something that they're, I don't know if there's more context to them. I don't know what they're in reference to. I know what they say, but I don't know what they're in reference to.
And what they say is that on February 5th, 2014, you were telling your brother, Johnny Depp, to stop using cocaine, correct?
No, I wrote those words, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know that I was telling him to stop doing that. In context, it would be different. It could be a different scenario.
Well, let's take it word by word. Coke, when you wrote coke, you meant cocaine, not the soft drink, right?
Yeah.
And when you wrote pills, you meant prescription pills, right?
Yeah.
So you were telling him on February 5th, 2014 to stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills, right?
I wrote the words.
And did you have any reason to believe when you wrote that Mr. Depp had been on a bender recently?
I don't recall writing this, so I don't recall the context of it. I understand that the words are there, but I don't recall the timing or the writing of it. I don't recall anything about it necessarily.
You weren't joking when you wrote that, right? It wasn't a joke, right?
I probably was not joking, but maybe I was repeating something that someone else told me to write.
You were telling your brother to stop drinking, stop cocaine, and stop pills because you believed that he had a problem with drinking cocaine and pills, correct?
You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
I didn't believe he had the problem with it as much as someone else was trying to make me believe that he had the problem.
Did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp had been on a recent bender?
Get the fuck off.
I didn't witness benders. So I'm not involved in the benders.
Get the fuck away.
Understood. I'm asking at the time when you sent these 3 text messages on February 5th, 2014, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp had been on a recent bender?
I couldn't tell you about February, whatever date that is back then, and what I would know at this moment.
Did you have any reason to be worried about Mr. Depp when you sent these texts?
Again, I don't know what was happening in life at that time. I don't recall that period, the dates. I don't recall I don't recall anything about that time. These texts, I know what the words are, but I don't know what the context is of them.
Right, and so I'm asking you a question as best I can, which was, when you sent these texts, did you have any reason to be worried about Mr. Depp's use of alcohol, cocaine, or pills?
Again, I don't recall the time period of sending these texts, so I don't know that I would have any reason at that time. I don't know.
Would you have sent the text if you didn't have a reason to be worried about his use of alcohol, cocaine, or pills?
I could send those 3 separate lines like that, 3 separate texts. I could do that if it was, you know, there's different reasons that maybe I could do that. It doesn't mean that was me giving him a message.
Have you ever sent texts to anyone else to tell them to stop drinking, stop coke, or stop pills before?
Again, I don't know that I'm telling him to stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. That's what I'm saying. It's the context of this.
And I appreciate that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, have you ever sent texts to anyone else in your life telling them to stop drinking, stop coke, or stop pills?
I don't believe I've ever told anybody to stop doing any of those things in a text message, but I also don't know that that's what I was doing here, is what I'm trying to say.
But you wrote those words to Mr. Depp, right?
I wrote those words.
And you didn't love the behavior that Mr. Depp was engaging in around this time frame, did you?
I don't know the time frame. I don't know what time frame you're actually referring to.
Well, in the days leading up on or around February 5th, 2014, you didn't love the behavior that Johnny Depp was engaging in, did you?
I don't recall anyone's behavior from February 2014. I don't recall February 2014.
Would it refresh your recollection perhaps to see other text messages that you sent on or around this time to determine whether or not you were worried about this?
The way I was doing it, your dad was gonna get it in.
Put your hand with the fucking.
If there's other context, I guess.
Oh,
I'd
yeah.
refer to
Yes. Heather, can you please pull up Exhibit 2?
You're not the one figuring it out. You need it flat so the screws can go in.
You're on remand, Coach?
I didn't tell you to do that.
It was still in the hole that you had it in. So that when I
No,
got it.
I did not. I took them all out.
Ignore him! You are too.
Something real simple. Right, Cody, baby?
Screwdrivers are easier to use than a fucking wrench. That's why they think the wrench. said, you like to see them? Fuck you. It's not that. Take your thing and go in. Let's see. Which word do you not understand? Is it won't go in? Bread or something?
I have no idea. It's my ass again. I'm on the Facebook. Maybe I'll listen. And you're covering up.
Covered up. Covered up the stuff that where the thing. Where the metal pieces went. The big screws over the Only one so you go king. Take it. Don't even have a box. holding it up. I'm pushing down on the damn thing so I can screw it in and get it straight going down. No, once you stay up. Stop pushing it against the fucking bar! If I'm against this board, I can't see! You're in the way! You gotta find a different way to do it! Because I need to be able to maneuver around! Get away. Get away before I break your neck. You just stand in the way here. Now this thing's pissing me off. Try helping. Hold the line. This is not faithful.
Which back?
Put that down.
That facing up?
No. Like this. Look at this. That in?
And he's on the underline.
Slide it over.
Trying to keep it from falling out.
Careful, I said, don't put your feet on the board. Here. Hold it up. Just look for it. Well, let's see. You gotta be here somewhere.
I'm like, you're sitting on them.
I think I was the old. I check it behind that.
Hold this.
I'm not worried about the feet. Stop giving me shit I don't need.
Yeah. But there's not enough back there.
That's it. That's coming back there. Can't see the fucking TV. Sometimes they can't see shit on TV. Ugh.
What does it say? Did you look for all of me? Okay.
You want your right there. See them? Right there.
Oh, I knew.
What happened? Get back where you are. Let's go get him. Right.
And he took his records.
You don't have it together right.
That's not going in.
You don't have it done right. See, this needs to be straight.
I was trying to straighten it. I couldn't see.
Look at that. Again. Right.
You're gonna have to help out. Yeah.
This is a ruthless criminal who's better for the cold blood, probably going out, or do anything that keeps anybody listening. I'm just ready to see what we want. What? You do it. How was it fall? It should have been gone. Nobody touched it, so how was it fall? Huh. But I never thought she was in this situation. Now he just keeps the easiest way to keep on there. And again, I treat them with how we are attached. You are keep stuff on board with. Good thing you don't make a thing now. Yeah, find that concurrent with code. I just get you spread.
I don't work it to make sure I do it right.
And I explain why it looks like it's not being done right.
Come on, Ann.
Yeah, but it's coming out over here. There, done. Put down with. Put it down. That means get. Oh. Next one. Get C. She will be the big one. Take this off. Sure. Okay. You were about to do that? Okay. Now. Hold it.
I am on.
Yeah. Billy, go get your mom's back. Flashlight out there.
And then point it inside there.
Give me a video for that. Guys, to meet the. We're not at that point. If it doesn't say do it yet, we're not doing it yet. Here. Metal pieces in there? Huh? There's metal pieces in there.
No.
Go right. Roll the part.
Go up.
The whole, yeah, you want it lined up with this. That's what that screw is that you in. The line should be going straight up and down. You put me where there's a line, right? You're a fucking idiot. I swear to God, you're a fucking idiot. No, it won't. Not if it's not done, boy. And you're risking fucking up the goddamn TV, because the TV's gonna be up here. Yes, they make these things pretty ridiculous. Did it come out? It's not gonna come out enough. It's not gonna come out enough. And that's not gonna get down far enough.
Give me that thing.
All you're gonna do
Do we have anything that has like a
is the magnet off the side of the refrigerator. That big ball.
see if it comes up?
Big long magnet on the side of the damn refrigerator near the sink side. Hold it right? No. Hold the non-magnet.
There we go.
And it's up down.
Yeah.
Now get that. Get that. Turn her down upside down. Here, take it.
Hey!
Here, Judge. You're gonna stand up to do this one. Get up! Screw those two screws in.
Bottom?
Come on. Get up! You get to the back.
Okay.
Come over here.
Let's let me do that one.
What's your these photographs? Where's the other?
Right here, right here.
Get that one more. He's a carrying down the smart burns. He's home here.
Ex-European Special Forces, ex-CIA Black Ops, they did my ass last year on two counts.
There.
Somebody doesn't tell you official research. Something was wrong with the Straits County's officer. Someone. Sheriff. Sheriff. It was a mother of China. Culture was a shame. For the past 2 years, we know there's a global inside state on the services to expect and share. It's a country. But
I don't understand why it's a sheriff, or even specifically informing, supposed
big scene between Sean and Sharon was you and Veronica. One side. Sharon was better than you. And so. Legally, it's your people that go in and out of the college. So, I have confidence that it's your office, so it's fixed. You want to share with your state, management, some shop, and books. I think it was wrong to get that information from you, that could fact the name Sharon Kimball Bridges. So the knowledge she's on these judges. Yeah. We start with
Monumental things that you're supposed to help. You're supposed to help with, a little more support. Well, keeping the thing from flushing like this. Who believe it? Seems like we're all looking for the same guy. It is. Not helping. I'm gonna put the whole crew, team, and hold two boards together.
basically had makers, and he's my great national debt can significantly reduce the amount of law in debt free. There's rules 12 points and 48 parts. For the time being, the call and customer service department was fantastic. They really know National Revenue was on my side. They had a plan. That's what you're trying to do. Every day you need something to do business from information. And that's definitely no regret. I feel like I can control it. I feel like I can do it now. If you don't want to transact your dollars, call or visit nationaldebt.com to log that in and debt free. Thanks for coming out to cheer me on. Dad, I'm always here. I'm always here for you, so I'm going for a PR. Scientist is a PR. I used to like German for my job, but it's changed. Right now, I just want to be home.
I believe you say you let it be played. Yeah, well, see, the whole time when you're
certain country.
What do you fucking think I'm looking for? Get sick of that fucking song. It's like fucking off. Take that. Yeah. More's not gonna go like that. It's a right angle. This is where it's supposed to be. Put your hands where your head.
Please, man. That's
Okay, you said you turn that, this thing. Just like, no, I need to pick up from the bottom. You fucked up my rug.
You wanted to do it out here. I still got cats.
Get up here. Oh, okay. You gotta find something to do with it. No, we're not moving, I'm not moving it all the way up there, move it all the way the fuck back in.
Yeah, that's a bad idea. He took out black with red paint so I can see the stick. Yeah.
You can get to the fucking thing.
things exactly what they want.
Oh, oh God, it's cold in here.